Hello everyone. Today we're playing EverQuest, a game that I hold very dear to me. Test the widgets. Looks like we're all set and good to go. Alright, so we're starting where we picked up from last time. We just hired our mercenary, which is a Draken. And this is, if you play a Draken, you'll start out in Crescent Reach. If you're not a playing player and you're starting a character, you'll also start at Crescent Reach. If you skip the tutorial, you'll end up at Crescent Reach. The EverQuest team is really proud of this area. But if you're a gold player, you can start at your city's homeland. And eventually I'll explore those places. I'll let you guys see what those places are like and the stories I have behind them. So, yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun today. But before I get started on the hero's journey, I'm going to show you something that otherwise you'll kind of miss. But up here is the Draken's leader, so to speak. They're depending on what color markings you pick on the character creation screen, and this is only for the Drakens. No other races or customizations really matter. But you're choosing a dragon. So right at the beginning of the game, if you're into dragons, you have a bunch of them. Just right out of plain sight. This game doesn't tell you to come up here unless you're a Draken. So this is kind of going off the beaten path for a Vashir. But this is Datan Ra, Master of the Void. He is a... If you talk to them, they won't really say a whole lot. You dare speak to one of the six? You have much to prove before I will entertain your babble. I suggest you speak to Council Aide Mistrana. Spoiler alert, they never talk to you if you're not a Draken. But I think they look kind of cool. It's kind of worth showing off, I think. So that's what a Void Dragon looks like. This is Atlas, Red Lord. And they all say the same thing because we're not a Draken. But this is a Dragon of Life. What we just saw, the Dark One, was a Dragon of Death and Decay. But this is a Dragon of Life and Fire. So that's what they look like. And by the way, you can fall off these edges. And Vashir do have safe fall, so I will be training that at some point, but now is not that time. If we go up here. This is a Mistafar, Seeker of All. This is a nice dragon. They all say the same thing, but... You're into wind or ice or knowledge, as the game says. This is the Ice Dragon. He's alright. This is Kekulin the Enlightened. This is your chromatic dragon. So if you started with gold marks, you'd have a little bit of every stat. You get to be the gold dragon's buddy. Which I think is pretty cool. Well, the first one is the water and ice. This is the actual wind dragon. So, if you like the power of the wind, this is going to be your buddy. He has all sorts of quests to strengthen your Draken. It looks pretty cool, I think. But I like how right out of the box you have dragons, so you'll see something fantastic. And there you go. This is a green blood. This is your nature poison dragon. If you are so inclined to be green. No need to be envious, I suppose. And I believe that completes the circuit. Now how do you get down? You have to look very carefully for one of these switches. This game is like that. If you don't know what you're doing, stop and look around. You can figure it out. This switch calls the elevator from down below. I didn't say anything, but I was kind of making a mental note that I came up beside the dark dragon. That way I'd know how to get back down. So right from the stage, or right from the start, this game is setting the stage to kind of explain how it operates. And I think there's another elevator over to the side. You don't have to click on this, you can click on the actual elevator. It still sends you up. It'll come back down on its own, so if for some reason a Draken player decided to go, oh, where's the elevator? You can just call it down with a button, but I think it'll be okay. So now after the dragon's being showed off, let's get to the actual game. We'll be switching to Brewall's maps because he did a really good job and it makes my life easier. And I've made a lot of my own personal marks on that map too. So it just benefits me all around. As a Froglock player, which is kind of cool. So now we'll talk to Emissary Tinevin, which is the first person you'll see when you start your hero's journey, which is what the EverQuest devs want you to go through. The base game is basically just kill monster, explore, find loot. But they made this a hero's journey for people. So, welcome to Crescent Reach, the diamond of the mountains. Emissary Tinevin recommends all youths visit their guild masters. She also suggests you seek out an initiate to Khan and keep her Fathos for work. Glory to Vishan, the Worm Queen. So now I want you to find your guild master. If you remember the note, it said our guild master as a beast lord doesn't exist here because the Draken, despite being dragons, are not beast. And if you ever get bored, you can always jump in the campfire. So, if it has a negative $10,000 fire or 1,000 words, negative 1,000 of fire resist, single target, can't reflect the campfire. There's a range of 240 meters, and a duration of negative 24 seconds. You feel your skin burn. Magical. See, I've taken 3 damage from bonfire by bonfire. That'll kill a lesser man. But if you've ever wanted to be on fire, there's your chance. So we're going to march our Vashir down to the Guildmaster. You'll see my pet's center spell is fading away. That's a cleric spell. And we hired a cleric, so if we stop, our cleric will cast a spell of center in just a moment. Well, he's buffing himself first, and you can see, if you open the combat thing, it'll tell you what he's doing. We feel the symbol of Transol flash before our eyes. Now he's meditating to gain mana back, if you see from his thing here. This is important to notice if you're at a higher level. If you were relying on this cleric merc to heal you, and he's out of mana, you're out of life. So that's another reason if you're not using the put him on passive, because he will rebuff your party all the time, without question, if you run out of buffs. So if he just got done with a buffing situation and you just had a big monster just come down on you, then you're in trouble. That's always something to keep in mind. But the guards in this town are called wardens. It's just a flavor name, as far as I'm aware. And we'll go down to the guild halls. If you look that way, that's to the actual town itself. So when you come in, it's just a giant small enclave. So that kind of tells me that the character walked all the way to the back of the enclave, because you can't get in here from anywhere else. Then walk all the way back here. But that's neither here nor there. So we know automatically that our master will be a Vashir, because we're the ones allied with the Draken, which is why I picked a Draken mercenary to kind of just add to the flavor. So we'll talk to a savage called Ulanis. To command a beast, you must first respect it. That is the nature of the savage called Primalist. With that respect, you can tap into the true feral or nature of the beast, and it becomes an even greater foe than the beast lord's magic. But here's where you train your skills. These get stronger over time as you use them, and you can sit in the plane of knowledge and just work up your skills one by one, or you can take a shortcut and use practices. If your skills above a little bit, it costs money to do it. And nowadays you learn your skills automatically. So at level 20 I'll automatically learn block. I'll automatically learn double attack at level 71. I'll automatically learn dragon punch at level 70. I learned to wield 2 weapons at 17, so that's something to look forward to. But if you just want to take a look at the skills you'll get, remember a beast lord is a mixture of a warrior and a shaman. But he has monk skills, so you might even say he's a part monk. But okay, we can't learn it yet. Eventually we'll get the ability to learn the Elvish language, and on this role-playing server the skill that everyone uses to talk just as a shortcut is Elvish, because elves are going to be the majority of the player base. I think in most MMOs that's kind of to be expected. But let's see. It also wants me to talk to Initiate the Khan and Traveler's Nook of the city. And if I wanted to hire a female Draken, it'd look like this. But where do you go? I'm happy with this guy. Functionally, they're exactly the same. If you wanted to be a berserker, this would be your buddy. And yeah, beast lords do get the ability to use tomes. Or they're just kind of a mix of all trades. When I play this game, I usually just focus on one thing, like I want to be a warrior or a cleric. Just focus one line, just go straight towards that thing. But I think for streams, this might be more interesting because you get to see more of the game and different ways to solve everything. If I want to buy spells, I can come over here and I can sort them by level. So the next spell I'll get is a Cure Poison at 13. But for the time being, if you paid close attention to the level of the quest I was given, hold on. Never mind, I was thinking something else. This is a level 1 task. So we're not going to be fighting anything that's going to overpower us for a little while. But if you talk to the other guild masters, you know, they'll talk to you. Vasha, Milton. You must realize that an ant may well destroy an entire or a whole dam, and even a hair will bite when it's cornered. These are some of the teaching of the monks of the Fangs of the Dragon. They remind us how we learn from the world to make us stronger. If you're a thief, she gives you a quest to teach you how to lockpick, which is kind of neat. But yeah, they try to simplify things in Crescent Reach, but when we go to the old world towns, they'll show you things are not simple, and that's good. Nobody plays this game for its simplicity. We play it for the depth. Like, in what other game can you be a cat walking around talking to dragons? Town guards really don't talk much. Some people do hunt these guards, but the weapons they drop are nothing. So it's not even worth the effort. And I think the only faction you lose is with them directly. And if you can defeat the guards, then it doesn't matter. Because what are they going to do? Beat you? But initiate the cons right here. Like let's say I was new and I didn't know what to do. Let's say I just came in. You can use a find key. And a lot of these non-player characters that you're going to see come up, you know, you can just say quest 1, click initiate the con, and the game will make a path for you. This is really good when you're lost and you just want to find zones and stuff like that. So even though I'm just kind of walking to player, it's not really that big of a deal. Vasha, newcomer. Ah yes, Vasha is what we dragons say when we greet each other. It's a word taken from the dragon language. There's so much to learn. One of the first things I learned when I woke from my human sleep was the way of nature. Would you like to learn? It used to be you'd say, you know, you'd type in the chat, I want to learn. But that's not really popular nowadays. So instead we'll just click the button learn. Because what the game is looking for is keywords. My dragon father, Vinesh the Greenblood, which we saw earlier, passed wisdom down to me so that I may instruct you. You must venture into the world and learn about this place and your own strengths. By the way, there are other players also doing quests, and they may, we'll get to Disgruntled Boab later. But there are a few tasks for you to complete if you're willing. So we'll say the word task, and we'll scroll down past the other person that's doing a different quest. The ways of nature are often confounding. As Vinesh, my great dragon father, says, there's some curious mushrooms, dangerous types of venom sacs, and disease spiders you must study. Now, when you do this, it'll branch off into other things. So to do this quickly, we'll want to gather all the quests at once. So we'll say interested, and he'll give us the quest for that mushrooms. But we'll scroll up and we'll click venom sacs. That'll do the second branch. And the keyword for this one is try. So it'll give us that one. And we'll go to disease spiders. And the keyword for this one is it. So there we go. We've gotten all the quests from Initiate the Con. Now, this is a hero's journey. So we're going to take a look at all the quests that we can get in the hero's journey. If I can remember where it's at. It's going to be under achievements, the hero's journey, progression, and what we did was we picked up quests for ready for combat. So now this tells us we need to find Champion Utenka, which if I recall correctly is on the second floor. Now if you try to find Champion Utenka while you're down here, let's do it alphabetical order. The mystical forces prevent you from finding your destination easily. And that's kind of annoying. And you could find them by, you know, picking them out on the map. Because it'll put a red X on them. I know already that he's in the barracks. So we're just going to head to the barracks. I could put on my speed buff, but there's really no point. So we're just going to look around. Kind of eyeball it. There's the blacksmith, the Forge of Nock. Skullguard Barracks, which is hard to see, but it's a Skullguard Barracks right there. And where are you at, buddy? There's the guard captain. I'll talk to him in a minute. Hold on. Yeah, you are here. Yeah. Look at this little guy hiding. Now, if you talk to him, he just initially just goes bam. He just gives you the quest right away. You accidentally hail this guy, you got a quest. It's just the way it is. You just talk. You say hi to somebody in the grocery store, just like hi randomly in passing. Bam, you have a quest. Vasha, friend. Have you come to test your brawn and metal? though I do not remember them. Athalas tells me my human lineage is that of great warriors of Freeport. It's my lot in this life to train all of our young ones in combat, and arts, or any arts I can. You look brighter than most. Aren't you going to unleash your magic against the training dummies? They are there for you to abuse in any way you wish. Magic, sword, mace, foot. Unless you have you destroy 10. Any time spent is always valuable for your kills. Since this one's kind of easy, we're just going to go ahead and do this. Now, you can attack these dummies, but you have to be careful not to attack the recruit, because they'll... I don't know if these are invulnerable to attack. I don't know the way they have it set up. But you can, like he says, you can use any sort of attack or ability to take care of these. You can use your pet. Just anything. And the training dummy will start falling apart. So now that the cat has taken this off, he will continue to strike the air, which is kind of funny. But if you don't want to do that, there's some training dummies. These are the ones you're supposed to use. So you'll just start up your melee attack. And we're punching it. Just knock off a few arms, a few limbs. Use a kick attack. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Pow. Continue the onslaught. We send our pet into attack 2. There's nothing more ferocious than a beast lord at full capacity. I want to see something. Yeah, see, it's updating, so we've defeated 4 of them. Make sure it was updating. Now, your warder knows perfect English, so if you ever want to have a conversation with your warder, you know, just listen to the finer philosophies in life. He will be happy to talk about the Militoast and the Grandis. Hey, looks like he needs some help with his training dummy. So I don't want to wait for the other ones to respawn. Oh, by the way, if you have auto attack on and you click an NPC, your character will punch that NPC in the face. So be careful. By the way, that combat music, that's all you hear for the entire game for 120 levels. That never changes. So if you ever want to restart the music or anything like that, you know. Oops. This is a pretty hard combat. One more. You've got him on the ropes. Yeah. If I was close to him, I'd have knocked him in the face. Now that's how you attack. We gain experience because it's Labor Day weekend, and the game devs are very nice. So if you're ever playing this game on a holiday or something, you know, they'll be quite pleased with that. So Utenka is pleased with your desire to improve your battle skills. There are others in the city with much more to teach you and people that need help. See guard Captain Minka, who is often in the barracks. And I got 8 gold magically. Alas, my mood is melancholy, friend. Speak your business, so I may continue to wallow. 'Tis a long story, but I suppose airing my quandary might aid me. My heart has been besieged by a beautiful draken. Her name is Camilla, and the image of her in my mind drives me to great distraction. I meant to be a guard captain of this great city, and I'm getting distracted. And while I would cut down any enemy without hesitation, I can't find the courage to tell her how I feel. You seem fairly brazen. Perhaps you might help me. You've been assigned a task. Love is in the air. Guard's fancy. Camilla is a jeweler in the Artisan's Row on the 2nd level of Crescent Reach. You will no doubt recognize her beauty very easily. I've been saving this gift for her until I had the courage to hand it to her. Take this to her. Tell her it was a gift from me. Oh, how my spirits have been lifted. Now we will hold on to this. And we will continue checking our journal. Because we want to make sure we have all the achievements for Hero's Journey. So as you can see, now that we've beat up those training dummies, we've got that there. But let us complete the first quest we got. That was weird. And now we need to talk to Innkeeper Falthus. Now there's 2 elevators here. This one will go to the 3rd level, which is mainly just a battle zone. And go ahead and just show you what that looks like. There is a quest for Of Under the Dark. This is my appropriate level quest, so we will be coming back up here. But there's just bats and things like that. And a little bit further in the back, there's some zombies. Let's see if I can take a look without aggroing. Yeah, he's level 19. As you can tell from the corpses here, a lot of players try this before they're ready, and they pay for it. Let's see, how long ago did you do this? So almost a week ago, 5 days ago, there was a brave dragon that tried to attack the oh shit. Tried to attack the zombies there. And paid the price. Maybe he was an explorer like me. Did things he wasn't supposed to. Now we know it's a safe way back because we got these purple things. But we're going to click this. It's going to call the elevator up. But yeah, a little bit later we'll be going adventuring in here. There's a lot you can do in Crescent Reach. But sometimes you just want to take a night and just play EverQuest and just go as far as you can go. The beginning of this game is real slow. You can go out and fight more training dummies if that's what you desire. Now this fall won't kill you. So if you want to, you can just jump down. And our wonderful mercenary will levitate in the air, cast a healing spell. Let's see, do I have safe full yet? Yeah, I've got 50 safe full. So it'll hurt other races a lot more, but I've jumped down with the races that don't have a safe full, so that's no big deal. What did you do? So I don't know what this guy did, but about a day ago he must have picked a fight with a guard, paid for it. Okay, so Jade Dragon's Den. So we'll look at the signs. That's a Fireheart Tavern. The Traveler's Nook. That's a great Jade Dragon's Inn. Alternatively, we could use Find and look them up that way. But it's usually better just to kind of memorize where everyone is. This is Innkeeper Falthus. So it's going to be the guy on the right. Now one thing you'll notice is these are a little bit too big for a human-sized draken. So there's more lore to this area than you'd think. You catch on quickly. There is no doubt you'll be a force to be reckoned with. Vashala Milton. You are welcome to my little corner of this fine city in Crescent Reach. I have a fine selection of goods available, and even the council has been known to frequent my establishment. I'm proud to say. Who are the council? Oh, yes, indeed. I'm always honored when one of the representatives of our great dragon progenitors graces my humble shop. Would you like to learn more about the council of the city? Or the scions of the Six, Milton? Well, yes, I would. He's going to give us something. So we're going to put this Crescent Citizens Declaration in, and Keeper Falthus is a good contact to have. He explained that the Dragon City Council of Crescent words. The Dragon Council of Crescent City, for the Scion of the Six, were the first children of the dragons that created the Draken. He highly recommends you speak to them, so you may start on the path to gaining their respect. He gave you a note to present the Council Aid Mistrana in the Scions Hall on the second level of the city to show your interest in becoming a patron of Crescent Reach. Now we got another quest. Sometimes it's good to just tail them again, but usually they have the same dialogue. And even if they're not a quest giver, you can still talk to them. And, you know, some of them will have lines of flavor text. But back in the day, that's how you discovered a quest. There was no website to tell you. There was no hero's journey. You just talked to people, and if they looked at you the wrong way, you decided to see if they had any loot. So I'm going to make this a little bit bigger so I can read it. Okay, there's a way to make that bigger, but I'm not really sure what it is right now. But I know it's saying, go talk to Council Aid Mistrana. And it'll give us the last two quests for the this part of the experience. So I know from experience that the council's on the second floor. This is mainly just vendors and so on and so forth. This is more the upper level things. So we're going to look for the council aid. Actually, while we're here, we're going to talk to the jeweler. Because this is the Jeweled Serpent, where I believe... Yeah, there he is. This is the girl that the guard has a crush on. And he'll talk about Taffy gemstones. And this is these are the kinds of quests you would do if you want to learn jewelry. You can learn every type of jewelry or trade skill, but there's going to be a better way to do that later, and I'll show you some of the trade skill trophies and stuff like that. But we don't have to talk to her to start this quest. It just wants you to deliver one wild rose to the jewel keeper. You don't have to do anything else. So we'll take the Crescent rose and we'll give it to her. She'll go, oh, a gift? Camilla reads the card, and the sparkle in her eyes extinguishes as she starts to sneeze. Get this potpourri away from me. I'm allergic to those dried flowers. It figures. I've seen the guard on control constantly eyeing me, more like leering. It makes my stomach turn. Now he's either trying to buy me or kill me. Why must the wrong Draken always court me? So now we'll get another quest. And that kind of didn't turn out well for our dear guard. But Campbell has given me an amulet of desire. Yes, the one I wish to show interest never notices me. And believe me, I do try. You seem to willing help to make a match. How about you help me give this amulet to a herald next to you for me? I created it with his likeness. It's my finest work. So, this is Camel's eyes lit up when she spoke of Herald next to you. Though she tried to hide her affections, you saw right through them. The amulet she claims will help his confidence, as performs his natural gifts as Herald, as clearly as an excuse for her subtly to express her fondness of him. Herald next to you can be found in the council chambers, so we're going there anyway. So we'll go to the council chambers with our new thing in tow. See, this is a bakery. This is a leather shop. That must be what we're looking for, because it's it's got a big dragon. Why did you look at that? So there's Mistrana, which is what we'll be looking to. First, we'll look at Harold next to you. Now, he doesn't like us. He won't respond to our hails. He's just one of those people. But we can give him the quest item. So we'll click him. Now he'll talk to us. For crying out loud. Why on earth would I wear an amulet that has my face on it? That Camilla is out of her mind. Just the other day, she interrupted my heralding processing by offering me a rat cake. A rat cake? Why on earth would someone eat a rat cake? Horrid. Clearly we can never be matched. I do seek a match, though. Interested in a bit of fun? She'll give it back. So now we've got the amulet again. Well, it makes more sense for me to give an amulet with my likeness to someone I have eyes for now. Give this amulet that Camilla intended for me to the fairest Draken of all, Moswin. She works in Artist Row on the second level as a baker's assistant. She hasn't been worked lately. She must be somewhere in this city. Can you find her? So we'll find Moswin later. First, we'll talk to the council aide. Milton, can't you see how busy I am with the council business? I clearly don't have time to stand here and chat with you, but I thank you for your interest in the daily business of the Council of the Six, the lords and ladies of Crescent Ridge. Good day to you. So we'll ask about the council business. What? Didn't I just very politely suggest that we chat another time? If you are so interested in the Council of the Six, then why don't you take a look at our charter? That should fill you in on the basics of how our city is run. Now there is something else I must say Udra to you. That means goodbye. Council aide Miss Rana has no time to regale you with history of Crescent Reach. She asks you to find the librarian in search of books to explain the city's charter. Speak to the librarian Hemfar on the first level. So we've learned Udra, which means goodbye, and Vasha, which means hello. So if we look at our hero journey again. Oh yeah, our cleric is rebuffing us. Because they don't really cost any money at this level, it doesn't really matter. But I think we have all the baby quest. Why are you levitating still? You are not supposed to be levitating like that, sir. Oh. I guess another player passing by casts a group perfection levitation. And back spirit. Oh, somebody I didn't notice was giving us buffs. Cool. Person who passed by that I didn't notice at the time, thank you for the speed. And thank you for making my mercenary levitate. He looks very silly. He's just above it all. Why didn't I notice that? I've been looking at the screen. I'm not paying attention. I need to be paying more attention. So, we could either press this button and call the elevator, or we just be like an old player and just jump straight down, taking advantage of that safe fall. Of course, our vendor, or not a vendor, our mercenary would be using healing spells because I did that. I use the old models, but there are Luklin models. Like my Vashir is a Luklin model, and the Erudite has the old model. I personally believe a lot of the classic models look better, but that's personal preference. For playing the game, you can look at them in the options, and you can change between elemental and you know, elementals, your pets, your mounts. This is the face my original Paladin had. He always had this face, so that kind of brings back a bit of memories for me. Librarian Hemfar. So that's a historian. Where are you at, buddy? The written word. There he is. Librarian Hemfar. Where else would he be? Ah, yes. Miss Rana told me you'd be stopping by. Head upstairs and grab a copy of the charter. My staff just finally finished driving a new set. We can hardly keep up with the number of new faces who need to learn about our city. About our fine city. And these are just vendors. They were added at some point. They don't say anything, but they're here for like research spells. Because research used to be you would have to fight monsters and collect all these runes and pages and stuff like that. It was a whole thing to learn your spells, but eventually they were just like, too many spells. Let's just make it a little bit easier. So it says, find the city charter in a bookcase upstairs. Find the city charter in a bookcase upstairs. So in one of these bookcases, there's going to be a charter. You just have to guess. That's how EverQuest works. So we'll click around here, search. Oops. No, we do not want to drop it on the ground. You just click randomly until you find it. So we can read our book off if we want, which I do like reading books. Charter of Crescent Reach. We, the Draken and Scions of the Six, under the guidance of the Six, do establish a city heretofore named Crescent Reach. As the children of Ashan and the Six of Norath, memory of the dragon's nest which was defiled by a curse, in recognition of the threat to Ashan's bloodline on Norath. Despite some objections of some, even those who are great, we do honor, defend, and recognize Crescent Reach and its citizens as a new hope for all dragonkind from this day until the end of days. Our purpose stands thusly, as members of the Circle of the Crystal Wing, to protect the future of the bloodline of Vishan and our mother, the great crystalline dragon, to arm ourselves and use those arms to defend the city, to establish Crescent Reach as a sanctuary for all Draken and those who would prove allies to the Six, and most importantly, to further establish Draken as Vishan's children on Norath. Now, the lore of this game, Norath was originally empty, and the great dragon Vishan made a giant mark with her claw and deposited her children, and the other gods of this world said, you know, we want a piece of this too. And so that's how all the other races were created. So technically, just because Vishan wanted to lay her eggs is why all this happens. Vishan would just be like, dude, I was just trying to make a nest for my kids. Why are all these gods here? Why is all this happening? And I think that's because before this Crescent Reach was added, Vishan, only bards, I think, could worship Vishan. And it pretty much meant neutral across the world. No one really cared. Or maybe I think it said all of your factions are neutral. I don't remember anyone saying, oh, you worship Vishan, you're evil. So let's go back to the council aid and get started so we can finish our level 1 baby quest. Eventually the mercenary will start charging you money, but at the start when we're just doing these baby quests, he does it for free. He's a good little genie. Let's see. There we go. So we'll take our book, take the Crescent Reach Charter, and give it to Council Aide Mistrana. She'll say, oh, I have no need for this, Melthun. You can have it back. I will take the Citizen's Declaration, hand it to Mistrana, and I'll have completed the task. It used to be a long time ago, non-player characters would just eat your items, so I do need to be careful with that. The council members have heard your name. It is up to you whether or not they will actually remember it. Speak with the council aide Mistrana to learn how you can better get to know the Council of Six. So now we talk to her now. She'll go, well, Melthun, you are very persistent. I like that. You show a genuine interest in how our fine city is put together. As you can clearly see for yourself, the city is not of Draken origins. Would you like to learn more about the city's history before we speak any further? Well, yes, I would. Now we will go to the top level of Crescent Reach and find an ogre history book. Now she wants you to go and read the book and prepare to answer questions about it. So we're going to learn. There's a book in a hidden room that you should study. Enter Yaktar's haunt on the 3rd level and locate the hidden room. Once you have read the book, you'll find there you return to me and I have more to say to you. Now, as I showed you earlier, there are monsters that are twice our level. So if we take the wrong turn, this little Vashir is going to be dead meat. So we do have to be careful. And I'm going to step on a bonfire because I'm not very intelligent. But we're going to cheat and pull up a map. And it's going to say this is so we saw here, this is where those Draken were found dead. This is the room I accidentally entered when I wasn't paying attention. So as far as our secret rooms go, we've got here and here. Not really rooms, but that's okay. So there we go. And this book will appear on one of these tables. I'm pretty sure on the other side the same book is here. But you'll click the book and magically we'll get a cape out of nowhere. I guess we just found it next to the crate. Oh, no, that's not what happened. When I looked... Hold on. I don't remember if this is a quest reward or not. I do know... Okay, we're just going to kind of memory hole that. And we're just going to say... Oh, it's just for this specific quest. Select a reward, getting to know you for the ghosts that have gone before us. So yes, our character found this cape by the book. And it's going to give us 5 charisma, 5 hit points, and 5 mana. But the effect ceremonial crystal wing cloak will give us more faction. So it increases your faction with the circle of crystal wing by 100 points. So if we go to our character, we'll go to faction standings. I gotta remember what expansion these are. Serpent Spine, yeah. Yeah, Crescent Reach cards are on their own faction. They're always indifferent. But the Circle of the Crystal Wing, we've gained 100 points by wearing this cloak. So originally we had 10 points above. Now we're 110 points. And if we get 390 more points, we'll go to Kindly. Sometimes that'll unlock extra quests. If these were a vendor faction, we could buy our wares cheaper. But most of the time, as long as you're above Dubious or Apprehensive, Apprehensive is kind of the sweet spot where you get access to everything. But most things are going to be just indifferent. But if we look here, we can see there's a bunch of factions that just don't like us. Some of these will never like us. This is as good as we can get with the Spirits of Nock. They will never be our friends. The Vale Home citizens, they're not cat people. I think that's kind of why I was surprised at the start when I was looking at the Erudites, because they're supposed to be the enemies of the Vashir. Or the Deep Muses, they don't really care one way or the other. The Rogues Guild for the Dark Elves don't really care. The Ogres, I see, don't like us. Yeah, even the Heretic Erudites, they don't mind us. So much for being enemies, right? This is the isle where Vashir come from. They're apprehensive to us. So that's kind of funny. But let's read the book that we got. The Ogres Come of Age. Relosek, in his wisdom, created the Ogres, a race that embodied the best of all the other races, including the giants, goblins, and orcs. We are, and always shall be, a reflection of what the warlord sees as perfection. Our intelligence and brawn make us a deadly force, as we have continued to prove. After being set upon these great lands, we quickly found a place that would be the perfect home, both strategically and in its beauty. Most creatures would look upon the great rock face rising from the deep crevice as impossible and inhospitable. But we saw its great potential, and our knowledge gave us the tools we need to carve a great city from in the stone. A great architect emerged from among us, named Nock Stone Chipper. He scribed the great plans not just for the city itself, but for the tools and contraptions needed to build it. And so he did. Within 5 years, the city was complete. It became clear as we prospered that we had made the right choice. The city was well defended against all creatures who attacked. It did not take too many years for our ogres to begin to outgrow the city. Rather than compromise Nock, the decision was made to expand our empire to the north, and so a great caravan of ogres left to build it. And they did. From then until now, these days when Ralstex called us to battle in the plane of earth, our chief, Dronok Rockjaw, led us to greatness, and the heads of the Rosolian Empire that I dare believe will someday rule over Norath. Signed, Magni Ugunk of the Speakekeepers. Now, what's funny, if you worship Ralstek and you're an ogre warrior, the Dark Elves and Neriak, which are supposed to be your big allies, they don't like you. They will attack you on sight. So that's just kind of one of the strange oddities of this game. So you'd think if you're an evil ogre or troll that you'd be welcome in the Dark Elf city, because the Dark Elves are welcome in the ogre and troll cities. Dark Elves are going to be like, no, we don't want anything to do with Ralzek. So two supposedly evil entities like Inaruk, the Prince of Hate, and Ralzek, the God of War, they're not as friendly as you'd think. Now this quest description gives away where Moswin is. She can be found moping around on the second floor of the Jade Dragon's End. So now that we know that, we're going to go to the Jade Dragon's End, which, if I recall correctly, is on the first floor. So that was a very long trip. Give our cleric something to do. We see the green. We see the Jade Dragon's Inn. So the second floor. Now each of these things, this is the Priest of Discord. This is what you normally see. Originally, would be EverQuest's player versus player. You take the Dome of Discord and you give it to the Priest. Nobody uses it. But at some point, they added a plane of Discord, which he'll teleport you to that plane. When I get higher level, we can take a look, but I'd rather not keep my cat dead. So when you get level 55 plus, you can come back here, talk to her. She'll give you a quest. And this is the rogue lockpick door. There's nothing actually in here. If you're a gnome or something, you can kind of squeegee against the wall and kind of see through it. Gnomes are pretty buggy, but they have the tinkering skills, so it kind of works out. Well, that's just the lockpick quest. You just pick up an item off the bed. This is Lauren. He looks dead, but he's okay, I promise. Nope, he's alive again. I think I saw a gnoll pup you could probably defeat a few miles back. Wow, thank you. He totally didn't just say that because we woke him up from his bed. Let's go find that gnoll pup. How you doing, Licton? This is Anarin. Hello, Milton. Are you just passing through the Reach as well? I'm so glad you know my name. We'll see these guys sooner than later. As farmers. Now we'll go upstairs. Go walk around. Very easily jump back down if you need to. There's just stairs going the other way. There's Moswin. That's our target. We'll get to her in a second. There's some dwarves. He's snoring rather loudly. Ale. Someone mentioned ale. I remember how to find the treasure. I guess I won't be needing this ale anymore. I'll set out to find the treasure first thing in the So he has given us the ale. This item can be used in trade skills. This is a respectable drink. Oops. Balcall snores softly. Bogar also snores softly. Now that I have the ale, we will take a drink of ale. Ah, that was refreshing. You become better at alcohol tolerance. I just got really lucky. I think that's what they call streamer luck. So if you ever want to get lucky and you just feel like trying your luck for a beer, you know, you can always talk to the dwarves. Maybe they'll help you out. And my screen will get a little bit fuzzy if I drink too much. We're smarter than that. There's a book. Pick up the book. There's a linguist's note. This artifact might be interesting to someone in Crescent Reach. So we'll take a look at the linguist's note, which you can't read. But I think that's something for the librarian. So if you look around, you can usually find things that you'll get no real context clues. And nobody's going to say anything. You're not going to find a quest or a player going, "Oh, did you hear about the linguist's note?" Right. We gotta go find a Moswin, which is tucked away in this very, very small corner. If you hail her, she'll say, "Tell me, Milton, have you ever been in love?" Speaking of that, give her the Amulet of Desire. Ooh, that was a lot of text. Moswin immediately recognizes the amulet as Camela's work. Little did Nexu know, but Moswin is good friends with Camela. Will surely tell her soon of what Nexu has done. Though her heart would be broken, Chevre said he will get his just desserts. Just to speak, a cream pie filled with rat pellets. Ew. Why couldn't she be more like Captain Minka? Unbelievable. I saw Kamala making this and admired it. She told me she was making it for next year. By the dragons, what a serpent he is. I simply have no words. If only it was honorable as Captain Minka. As for you, though, if you need some advice that would help you as important work as this, look to Under the Dark, Atkins and Council Aid Shay. They have a quest for you when you are old enough. I suggest you keep this amulet. What I actually didn't know, it has magic and it will help guard you. So if you knew Dwarvish, you would be able to hear what they were talking about. But if I had to guess, they'd be talking about the treasure. Captain Minka is a wonderful, isn't he? If you wouldn't mind, would you take this piece of cake to him for me? Hold on. She talked like I got the amulet. Am I dumb? Oh yeah, I never actually joined the guild, did I? So one thing about this is that only certain classes can use it. So if you're not a warrior, cleric, paladin, ranger, shadow knight, druid, monk, bard, rogue, shaman, necromancer, wizard, magician, enchanter, or berserker, you can't eat the cake. You're just not talented enough to take the cake. It takes a lot of power to deal with the cake. So these guys are awake now. Did you say ale? Oh, hey, ale. Well, hell, Nelson. Grab yourself ale from the barkeep. I sit with a couple of adventure stores from Caldem. So if you wanted to hang out with them and you knew Dwarvish, you just hang out with them and drink beer. Have fun. This game has a lot of little fun little things like that. But you probably need to know Dwarvish because that's what the language they're talking in. And you learn Dwarvish by talking to other player dwarves. Or you could go to your trainer and learn from them. So, because I forgot earlier, we're not going to go to Blightform Iris yet. And go to the other passageway. Let's see if I can be brainy enough. This is where the dragons are, because it has dragons there. That's how you know. I'm going to go turn in my guild note so I can get it out of my inventory. Because I wasn't smart to do it the first time. Deselect Bogar there. Right. So we'll talk to my guild master. Welcome, young beast lord. You're not a member of the Savage Club Primalists. The Draken are kind enough to host our kind here, as none of them know the art of the beast lord. So here we are remaining Here we remain teaching and training all the beast lords who wish to support Crescent Reach, the Draken to live here. Take this tunic guild of ours and wear it. Also seek Gamekeeper Falthus and initiate Dakan. They have work for you to do. Return to me when you might need further training. Your affection with the circle words. Circle of the Crystal Wing is adjusted by 100. Now I noticed I was levitated. Whomst is being nice to me. Thank you. I have thanked this kind person, and I will now float around because I have permanent levitation. I would talk to him, but I don't know the Draken language, and on the server you are locked by your racial languages. Which I think is fun. Means you have to really get to sit down and know people. So even though he may be really nice, he knows I can't thank him. We will go back to Captain Minka. The EverQuest community in general is pretty nice. They'll just randomly give you buffs and stuff like that. I've never seen that in any other game. So I'm a flying cat. You can tell because my feet are a little bit off the floor. Hold on. Okay, I can only do that for a little bit. That's fun just to mess with stuff like that. Right. Let's focus for 5 seconds. So we need to look for the barracks. That's the barracks. Find the guard captain, which is around the corner. Now if we talk to him, he's going to talk like this at the beginning of the quest. When we give it to him, it'll be the end of the quest. Oh yeah, this is where you get the amulet, she said. Gives you a little bit of armor class, charisma, wisdom, intelligence, and mana. So a general good all-around option. While no heart will find its match among these unrequited loves, at least one wrong will be righted. Muslim is resolved to stay out of the affairs of love. Will certainly have words for next time she shall see him. Level 10, Under the Dark, Atkins and Council Aid Shay will have quests for you. We're ready for that, but we want to do the hero's journey. Muslin is sweet, but so is her cake. Sugar makes me too hyper and gives me heart palpitations. Perhaps I'll throw it away. Just the way it is. So we will open our achievements. And next thing we need to do is these initiate the conquest. So we'll clear these out next. So if you were level 1 and you skipped the tutorial, these would be monsters around your level. Okay, this is important. Levitate, if you're coming from high, you will fly through the air. Yeah, it's like, see how I'm flying above? If you want to not do that, you go into first person, you put your camera down, you have a whole lot more control. This game was made to be played in first person. I'm just doing it because I'm sure everyone wants to see the cat. But by holding right mouse button down, you can completely control how you levitate. And you can use, that's why my cursor is appearing when you sometimes. It's because I'm holding down my right mouse button to control myself. And you can fly with levitation all over the place. If you are wondering about those little things. You will slowly fall down to the earth. But you can see like little particles. Get a closer look at some of these signs. There's a soul binder. Let's bind our soul here, in case we die later. Greetings, Milton. When a hero is slain, their soul returns to the last place it was bound, and their body is reincarnated. As a priestess of the Crystal Wing Order, it's my duty to bind your soul to this location if that is your wish. So now if I die, I won't be in the tutorial anymore. And I will be back here. So now, in order to complete that quest, we're going to look at this giant mass of green and completely ignore it. Because we have something better. We have game knowledge. We also have giant signs. So the newbie area is called the Hollow, and the area after that is Blightfire Moors. And we will be going to the moors sooner than later. Because I'm levitating, I'll hold my right mouse button down, and I'll come down to the newbie area. Now this is where the baby players come. Now this player, I guess about 2-3 days ago, there was an epic battle, and this ogre didn't quite make it. So we could tell, despite their great battle prowess, not all ogres are good enough to make it through the life. Kill 4 disease spiderlings. So we'll see there's a disease spider here, and we will punch it in the face. Now we will see there's a second disease spiderling. We will do the art of punching it in the face. And we'll just gather loot from it. Now we'll look around here. And there's another disease spiderling. So we will target it Spin around, and we'll punch it in the face. And we'll even kick it too. Now it drops some crude defiant cloth sandals, which are a random drop. So if you were a necromancer, wizard, magician, or enchanter, you would have really powerful shoes. But for me as a beast lord, I wear leather, so that's useless to me. Now there's an undead fisherman, and he scowls at you. Undead will always attack you no matter what level you are. If I was max level, and I was incredibly powerful, and I walked up to this undead fisherman, he'd still attack me. So we'll walk up to him, and he'll go, "Hey, you're disturbing my fishing." And so we'll punch him in the face. If I was a necromancer, I could use bone chips to summon a pet. Necromancer pets are really strong. Magicians, I think, have the strongest pets. And beast lords and enchanters are kind of like right in the middle. It really depends on what you're doing. But we can see this game's very... I think Ixars have the best animation, but Vashirs are kind of up there on good animations. And we could use this river just to kind of swim around. And raise our swimming skill. It will eventually be very important. But as we're higher level, you gain skills faster. So grinding it out at a low level isn't really good. But now we've wasted enough time for these to respawn. So we'll come here and punch it in the face. We have completed the task stage. Now the next thing we need to do is loot 5 hollow mushrooms. These are found outside the city gates in the hollow. We can also find snake sacks. So we'll take around here, look for some snakes. There's a snake. We'll punch it in the face. Some of this stuff is no use. Some of it vendors won't buy, but you really don't know unless you pick it all up and take it to a vendor to buy later. So we'll just take everything and we'll see what the vendors buy later. Yeah, if you're a caster class, you may never hear that battle music. But it's... the only thing about it is it resets the ambient music every time. So that might annoy some people. What happened to you? This is an Ixar. Whatever hits you left him with negative 59 hit points. So if I'm guessing, he probably hit a guard. And that guard just said, your trial of life has ended. Because he has a negative 59 hit points. He got hit. Let's see. Yeah, you just had a normal death. So punching and kicking a snake while your cat bites it has a pretty solid strategy. I think that's a hollow mushroom. Yeah, this is what we need. So we're going to need you to get out of the way. We're going to cast a spell of open. Like the hollow mushrooms. These fishermen aren't going to be happy, but we're just going to let our pet eat them all. Which is kind of why I wanted to play a pet class. Because every once in a while, something will attack you. And you can just stand there. Now, if you're trying to get experience, you will only get half of the experience you normally get. If you let your pet kill everything. But when it's like a low level monster, you're not getting any experience anyway, so it doesn't matter. But it also makes this a lot less annoying, because your pet will attack whatever attacks you. So we're going to walk around these fishermen, completely ignore them while our pet kills them. And see if we can find the last mushroom we need. There isn't mushroom for them to spawn. Let's see. Let's smack a steak. There's a snake in my boots. There. That's the last mushroom. So now we just need to get... I guess we have the snakes next, don't we? So we have the snake sacks. Okay. So we'll go back to the initiate now. We are golden. Nice and smooth. No problems here. We are on a roll. Hello, sir. For the first one, we'll just hail him. He'll give us an elixir of health. Thank you so much for your help. He is very grateful for your help, so he could not have done it alone. Now I'm going to take a quick detour to the librarian, because I think he wants the linguist note. Yeah, he does. So this will give me a little bit of experience. It'll give me almost 2% experience points going from 11 to 12, and less than 0.01 of a mercenary alternate experience point. So if we turn in 1,000 of these linguist notes, we might get somewhere. But right now we'll just have to accept what we get. So isn't that amazing? Isn't that worth the detour? Amazing. Ooh, some late night gaming here. So we will take 5 of them. We got 6, but we only need 5. So we'll give him the 5 mushrooms. He'll give us more healing potions. If we go to the snake sacks, here they are. He'll give us mana potions. And he's learned more about poisons. Isn't that great? Now, as my inventory is getting a little bit fuller, we can go to the weapons merchant right next to him and see what he has to do for us. Now, he doesn't want the potions. Well, he'll take this one, but I kind of want to keep it. Because even though I have a cleric, I'll eventually just use them as we go. So we'll sell spiderling silk. Sell the rough silk. Sell the sandals we can't use. We'll sell the necromancer pet summoning tools, which isn't smart in the long run, but those necromancers will pay a lot for people to just farm all those scales for them. Get some gold from that. And a little bit of copper for that one. A little silver for the snake scales. And this is a buff. It increases your max hit points. Now I wonder, can I use Dakon's health? Your luxurious spell did not take hold because it's blocked by protection of nature. So this is going to be a druid's thing. So when the druid spell breaks off, then I can use my elixir Dakon. And this game's kind of nice because if you can't use a potion, it won't want to consume it. It won't just be like, haha, we had no effect. No, this game's not going to do that to you. This game can be kind of mean sometimes, but it's generally pretty nice as far as the important stuff goes. Stop at the bank. And I kind of want to keep my shirt. Ooh. I decided I'd stream this game a little bit late. That's okay. I enjoy the game. But now we need to see what's next on our thing. Now we gotta do an important thing. Actually, wait a minute. Wait, back up. There are some quests like Boab's Jealousy. It's not going to show you unless you like really look for it. So we could go talk to the Council of Six next, and we can do Boab's Jealousy quest, which is kind of funny. So we're gonna do that. Ooh, I don't die. I should keep the levitation effects. The old man yawning action here in a second. Behold the yawn of the older people. Enjoy, savor it, for I have yawned. But here's a disgruntled Boab. What do you want? Unless you have some grand advice to help me get the council, go away. I'm not here for your entertainment. Yes, fool. The council of the city, known as the Scion of the Six. I am far more qualified and knowledgeable about my father's arts than Ithacus, my older brother. Just because Ithacus is old doesn't make him any better. Why, my father, Attalus, thought the Dragon Lord of Fire and War, chose him is beyond me. Something must be done to right this injustice. For the good of the dragon, I have a plan. I need some assistance. I have this elixir, you see. It was designed by my brother, and everyone knows of it. And only the dragon of Attalus' image can stomach it. All know this. Deliver this to one of our proud council members, named Riakash, the blue dragon daughter of Oshvir. She will drink it, and find that her throat will burn for several days. The council will point their fingers at Ithacus, and you will be thrown from the council. Sure. Now, we are an adventurer. We're not a dragon. We're not loyal to the city. So we can do what we want. May Attalus' flames enlighten you. You have done me a great favor. Boab thought he'd be perfect for the council as Red Dragon's Attalus' second son. He feels he's smarter than his brother, Council Member Ithacus, who represents her father on the council. He's a red dragon that wants to undermine his brother. He will ask you to go and deliver an elixir, and his brother is famous for creating one of the other council members, named Riakash, the blue dragon of Oshir. So we're going to go poison the council member. Because we are a mercenary, we do not care about the details of the implications of what that could have. We're just going to go, nope. Hey Riakash, how you doing? Would you like an elixir? Sure. Here you go, buddy. And we get a belt for our problems. Oh, brother. So we'll take our cobalt leather belt. And as you can see, this belt is a bit better. So we'll be swapping them out. Looks like my throat's going to burn for a few hours after that one. Riakash eyes you suspiciously as he drinks the elixir. Her face begins to go red as she clutches her throat for a moment. A soft blue light emanates from her hands, and her face calms as she smirks. Boab up to his old tricks again. He chose the wrong dragon to target. My mother's powers are strong. The coolness of the air and water is enough to take the burning from this elixir. I do wish you'd stop attempting to sabotage his brother. We should all be working towards a common goal. You should as well. How about you approve of your allegiance to us, and I will let this indiscretion slide. Darn it. Target her. Hit allegiance. Now it'll work. Very well. Tell Boab all went according to plan. Tell him that I showed great anger towards Ithacus, his brother. Tell him I gave you this potion to give him his recognition as a true and fair representative of Ithacus. Encourage him to drink it. All clear? Off you go. About to get a lesson in just desserts. Upon drinking the potion Boab sent to her, Riakash was able to soothe her burning throat immediately with cooling magic. She gave you a potion that will likely do something unpleasant to Boab. Well, he trusted us, but we get 1 platinum. So, as an adventurer, platinum is more important than trust. So we will go to our dear Boab, our disgruntled buddy. And we will give him a potion. Potion for Boab. That's it. And we'll get a mask. And we will turn Boab into a bunny. Murkash certainly got her revenge, and you got your reward. Everyone wins, except for Boab. I don't feel so good. So Mr. Boab is now a bunny. And I got some toys. I got a simple cosine hammer. He's back to normal, by the way. Well, let's do some gearing. So we got a purifying mask. Covers you in a thick aura of vines, increasing poison resistance up to 25. Now this is a effect mask, so when we equipped it, I'm gonna go destroy this because I know vendors won't buy it. So we can right click or left click this and add it to our bar next to our speed button. And if we click this, it'll cast a spell. So anytime we want, we can cast the Vines of Riakash. And the Vines of Riakash increase your poison resist. Now, as far as I'm aware, nothing uses poison in the newbie areas. But one day, if you feel like you need poison resist, just remember, the time you turn Boab into a bunny, you're like, oh yeah, I can resist poison a little bit better. Now we'll look at the simple cosine hammer we got, and our fist. And we had to make a decision. Are we going to use a one-hand blunt weapon or a hand-to-hand weapon? So, the delay is a little bit worse. Get a little bit more base damage. We get some more hit points and mana. And double our strength. And it looks like most of our stats go up with this. So we will take our hammer. But at level 17 we get the ability to dual wield. For right now, we got a shield. So we got a shield and a hammer for that. And the shield, as you would expect from the Luclin model, let your hand go through it a little bit. Because this is a shield designed for humans. Now, if we were using an old model of Bashir, that wouldn't be that big of a deal. But I just think it's kind of funny. But nope. Are we normal? Sometimes we're normal. When we're walking, we're normal. When we're looking at it, we're normal. But when we walk forward, it's an issue suddenly. So that's just one of the quirks of this game. And it doesn't really bother you unless you're like really looking for it. Like if you look at right there, it's only a big deal sometimes. So we're going to, instead of getting rid of these, we're going to put that in the bank because I want to dual wield it later. If we look at our skills, our one hand blunt is awful. So while we're fighting these really weak monsters, we'll be building our one hand blunt. But we'll eventually get there. Eventually you'll level up all your skills. We can go first person, so we can fly properly. And if we want to, we can get on top of these. This is the power of levitation. So you're just that cool. I'm on a dragon. Isn't that cool? If I want to control my mouse, you know, there's always time for that. Okay. Now I'm going to get out of that. There's some new players. No, that's a nice player that helped me earlier. He's with a buddy. What was I doing? we could go to the Council of Six. Yeah, so it looks like we're going to be going to the Council of Six and doing basic Crescent Reach stuff. Oh yeah, I wanted to put my fist in the bank. But our inventory isn't looking that bad at the moment. We still got some space. But as that changes, we'll be more restrictive on what we have and what we don't have. So, hold on. Council Aid Mr. to prove your worth. You have shown a great deal of interest in the city and have prepared yourself well for what lies ahead with you, Milton. You're now ready to meet the council members. Go speak to the Council of Six at your leisure, but please conduct yourself with the utmost dignity and don't embarrass me. So we'll talk to our kind friend here. Ashah, newcomer, you walk around among the Council of Six. We are the firstborn of the Dragons of the Reach. It is our task to advise all newcomers here to test their resolve and faithfulness to our cause. You shall act in support of our parents while here, and should you dare attack any one of them, you shall be put to a violent and most unpleasant death. And that's EverQuest. The council members want you to approve your allegiance to Crescent Reach and what it stands for. You have been asked to create a banner which will proudly display in the city. In order to do this, you must be familiar with the tailor skills. Speak to Tailor Makolu for guidance of how to make this banner. She can guide you to all the ingredients you need. Now, because of all the stuff they give you, we're going to do one at a time. So we will go to the tailor, which since this is the second floor, we need to look for the tailoring shop. Now I need to remember if it's let's make Kea. There you are. Greetings to you, friend. There has been so much interest in the assistants. That stuff here. This is why we did it one at a time. Greeting to you, friend. There has been so much interest in assistants that I'm nearly out of supplies to make banners. I may have enough for you. Take this pattern, dye and cloth, and combine them in a sewing kit I will give you. This will make a basic pattern. Return the banner cloth to me, and I will sew it into an old wizened staff, which will serve as the banner's pole. So basically all you do, you take the sewing kit, and it has 4 slots. You take the banner pattern she gave you, take the shimmering dye, the bolt of fine cloth, and you combine. And that somehow consumes the sewing kit. But that's how trade skills work. They don't consume the sewing kit when you actually get a real one. But for this quest, it just vanished. We will take the banner's cloth, and we'll give it to her. Very well done. Here is a completed banner. You may go and give it to one of the council members to prove your allegiance. And we will have proved our worth with the magic of a sewing kit. You have proven your fealty to Crescent Reach and all that it stands for. Now the path for getting the respect of the city's great founding dragons will be revealed. Return to the council and speak to them. Karudra, this is the most fine banner indeed. The stitching is very refined. I'm impressed. We'll have this banner placed in the city. You may now address anyone to the council to learn the ways of the dragons. Come closer to finding yourself able to speak with them. So, we will make sure we got all our P's and Q's dotted. And now we can talk to any of these 4 for the quests they have. But we'll do hers first and finish with her that way. Welcome to the council chambers, Milton. Here preside over the city of Crescent Reach, and place of our fathers and mothers who live in the grove. May you find peace of Austria this day. Each of us here is the firstborn of the 6 of the dragons that founded Crescent Reach. It is for this reason that we, the Draken, are called the Scions of the 6. My mother, Oshfir, lives in the grove along with others, the 5 dragons of our birth. It was a great honor for each of us when we were allowed to visit the grove and speak to our parent. Visit? Do you wish to prove yourself worthy to enter the grove, our lords and ladies, and converse with Oshfir, the wind spirit? She is the master, the teacher of the ways of serenity and peace. She is one of the winds, water, and air, and ice. To be at peace with the world around you offers you great advantages. You shall embrace the mists that tickle your nostrils, not shy from it with helms and hoods. You will feel the embrace of waters as they close around you, granting the joyous weightlessness The winds that dance around cleanse and energize your spirit. I feel worthy. A wise decision you have made, Milton. First, you must call attention to the purest waters of these lands, cleansed by magic and protected by the Six. Our dragon parents collect only a small amount of it. Observe its clarity and wonder at its fluidity. Watch as its movements and color allow you to draw yourself within. If you do this properly, you will find yourself focused and calmed by it, and that is just the beginning. Winds cannot be trapped or controlled by nature, but they can be understood. Should you learn how the wind moves over and around us all, you will learn to use it to your advantage. I would like you to go to the merchant Windlass and obtain a wind chime and a special jar of wind spirit from her. The wind chime that sings with a passing breeze offers serenity of mind and spirit. And finally, you must take the jar of the wind spirit and pass through the mist of either the waterfalls or the grove. It will collect the mist I seek. So Council Member Riekosh, a child of Austria, implores you to learn the ways of her mother, the great blue dragon. To do this, you must gather the purest waters that flow into the pond of the Dragon's Grove. Purchase a wind chime from Merchant Windlass of the Trader's Circle. It is staying on the first floor of the city between the Jade Dragon's Den and the written word. Listen to the chimes and appreciate the serenity that tones that ride on the air. Lastly, you must embrace and capture mist that from the waterfall just outside the city, so you can truly sense the meaning of calm. Beware the hostile nymph fishermen that guard the area. So in order to really understand the wonders, we're going to take off our helmet, because we really want to absorb the peacefulness. I gotta use my brain for a second. Hold on. Brain and process. Show my home. So now we can truly appreciate the calmness. Maximum calm. I am calm. Look how calm we are, floating down this tube. Oh, someone's taking the elevator. Gotta move. Return to calm. And this is the maximum calm you can possibly be. So now we need to find Merchant Windlass. There he is. And we need two things from him. A tiny jade inlaid coffin for very tiny people. Some beer. A cloudy potion, which I kind of already have one. If I wanted to buy more backpacks, I could and solve the inventory, but I got more grand plans for that. So the things he wants to sell you cost no money. This is for a quest. So we're going to buy the jar. And now we're going to embrace calm. We're going to listen to the wind chime. Isn't this amazing? Listen to the wind chime. Hold on, I'm having kind of a brain fart here. Okay, first things first. We'll go to the waterfall. So we can fly above these undead fishermen. Nope, didn't like that. Hold on. So we've gathered the sample. Got a jar of mist. And this is why we wanted a pet class when we did this streaming. Look at all them skeletons. Leave that there for now. Leave that. See, if you were a necromancer, you could just have your already summoned pet and just sit out here and just let your pet just gather all the bone chips. Hold on. Leave that here. Because there's lots of augmentations you can get, but we're switching gears so quickly it doesn't really matter. So I got a crude defiant leather cap. And it looks like it's the same as my old one. But we can sell the crude defiant leather cap, so it doesn't matter that we have it. Why is there green? Oh. What a bro. So he has rebuffed us. Like the Chad he is. And we will continue on our way. I'm trying to remember if I need... Yeah, I think I need a second bottle. I'm almost positive I do. So we will take a second bottle. If I don't, it's free anyway. So we'll buy one more jar. And we'll go out to the ponds in the grove. So we know that this is the right way because the dragon's up top. And I'll check my map for a pond. Now there's 2 ponds out here. I'm kind of flying, so it's kind of hard to see. But there's 2 blue circles, which are ponds. If I remember correctly, it's this one. But it could be the other one too. Little bunny rabbit. You're level 70, there's a quest giver. There's another little dragon. Oh wait, I don't need it. Because there's a bunch of bottles on the bottom of this thing. And that's what I need. I can still drown, so I don't want to sit down here. That's one thing is this game is so kind of chill. When you're underwater, you kind of forget sometimes that you can drown. So if you're sitting down here, you're like, oh, let me read a book. Yes, this is a good time to read a book. Just enjoy myself underwater. That does legitimately. You'll say no, that wouldn't happen. It does happen. But because of our silliness, we got a little bit of swimming skill. So now with our nice full inventory, we can go. I thought I'd need this. Turns out I do not need that. We will go back in and go talk to Council Member Riakash. And we will give her the wind chimes, the jar of mist, and the water sample from the pond. Now I wonder, did they throw the bottles in there and just like be like, adventurers will go get the bottles? Or or is the bottle just naturally forming? We don't know. But that's okay. So we will go and deliver our things. So we will give her the wind chimes. Give her the jar of mist. And a sample of pure water. Ryukash is satisfied that you begin to understand Oshphere, and the focus of her mind and magic brings serenity and peace that comes in all things, encompassing air and water. She is confident that you may now speak with Oshphere without fear of repercussions. Doesn't do anything, but it's nice. So now we check our character achievements, and we got Ryukash done. So now we'll talk to Ithakis, which is the older brother of our friend Boab. Councilmember Ithakis regards you with a condescending glare. What is it you want, Milton? As a firstborn of Athalas and a member of a council, I have much responsibility. I have no time for trivial matters. That is Lord Orpheus to you, weakling. How dare you use such a familiar tone? He would singe your hide if he caught wind of your arrogant error. You're lucky I don't do that myself. I think I would relish to practice Lord's true arts on you. One of the arts of war and the destructive power of fire, of course. Since you may have an interest in those arts, or perhaps it was merely my expectation that you should. In either case, I'd be glad to show you the way of Atlas, so you may better yourself and protect dragonkind someday. With what you have learned, would you take on this great challenge? First, speak to the quartermaster to learn the ways of the combat and strategy. He will also give you a rare gift of magical fire. To learn the value of weaponry, talk to Smith Drolin. To learn the craft of sword, using the fires of the city at the great forge of the Forgotten. To learn the way of my lord's mystical flame. You must light this torch and show that your teachers that I light your way. The quartermaster will also teach you to light this torch, which you must return to me. If you ask another to do it for you, I will know. And you will not want to feel my displeasure bring fire upon your skin. Councilmember Ithakis, firstborn of Athalas, the Red Dragon, has sent you out into the world to contemplate and understand the battle and war. You also get a taste of the destructive power of fire. You must speak to the quartermaster, who is familiar in the ways of combat and strategy. Learn from him. He will also give you a magical source of fire. To learn the value of weaponry, you must talk to Smith Drolin. To learn and craft a sword using the fires of the city's great forge of the Forgotten, and learn the ways of fire. You must take the torch Ithakis gave you and light it with the magical fire you received from the quartermaster. You must bring this lit torch back to Ithakis. So now he will give you toys. And we get the Torch of the Red Lord. You have been assigned Ithakis' challenge. Well, let's go. Now, a quartermaster will naturally be in the barracks. So we'll go up here and talk to the quartermaster. I see you carry the Torch of the Red Lord on your person. As instructed, I will brief you in the ways of war. First, you must learn your opponent's form, and how do your weapons and magic feel against it. You may train in my hall to improve your skill if you choose. Then you must learn, over many battles, to anticipate your enemy's actions, and be sure your reactions to them are true. Then, and only then, will you begin to understand the value of a calm and determined mind. Panic is death. Too quick to react is also death. Wit and foresight are all that will save you when you are faced with multiple dangers. Do you understand what I tell you? Good. And I have no time to teach you all the things. But rest assured that most of it is within you, raging to be set free, like a beast. You must learn to unleash it. Ithakis may very well ask you to recall what I've taught you. Take this rare gift, a single flame of the Red Lord's breath. As I pass it to you, I bind it so that only you may use it. Take this box too. You will open this box of the Winged Lords and place the Red Lord's breath and torch into it and fasten it tightly. You will find that through the dragon's magic, when you open it, the torch will become lit and stay lit forever. To prove you've listened fully, you must go destroy one of my training dummies. If you can, make haste to the smithy. Looks a little bit of the same, doesn't it? So we'll take the breath of the Red Lord and the flame sealed box. And I like how they make you destroy a dummy. Just because, modern age kids will just be like, oh, text, I'm scared. But these training dummies are nothing. Because I'm using a weapon my character isn't trained in, he's going to be a little bit slower. But it's okay. We're not fighting hard monsters. So now we'll light the Torch of the Red Lord and speak to Smithy Drothan. We'll go talk to the smithy, because that's the next step. So we'll go to the Forge of Knock. And go talk to our smithy friend. There he is. I feel the great power of Athelos' fire about you. I've had plenty of time to get my hammer ready. Now this water flask, you can drink this, so don't do that on accident. I'm sure that has never happened before, ever. Now by the way, the Vashir's drawback is they eat and drink more than a normal class. But you haven't really been playing that long, and I'm already down to 15 bread cakes and skins of milk. Right, where was I? I've had plenty of time to get my hammer familiar with weapons, and I can guide you on how to craft a simple blade. Take this mold, tin, and water. Go over to the Forge of the Forgotten and combine the items I gave you. Give it over to me when you're done, and I will inspect your work. So we'll go to the, this is the Crystal Wing Forge. We don't want to do that. This is the normal forge. The Forge of the Forgotten. So we'll experiment. If you wait a minute, this matching known recipes, this will show up with what you need. But if you search recipes, you know, it'll eventually show you all the stuff you need. But I'm not really worried about it. All you have to do is listen to what they told you on the text. So you go to experiment, and you'll take this mold, ceremonial sword mold, this tin, this flame torch store, this flask of water. You'll combine them. That's all you need to do. As far as I know, it never fails. So we'll close out the forge. And give the flame touch ceremonial sword to a smith. Very well done. It seems you are a natural. Ithacus will be satisfied. Move along now. There might be more I could teach you, but now it's not the time. Best return to Ithacus. He does not like to be kept waiting, especially those who wish to gain his favor. Take this note to him. Now I think it's time to light the torch of the Red Lord. So we'll light the flame sealed box. Open it up. Take the breath. Take the torch. Combine those. We've got the burning torch of the Red Lord. We'll place it in a backpack because that's very intelligent. And because we're doing quest for a warrior, we'll go to options. Turn our helmet back on. Because we're here for war. But like, let's say you were playing a cute little girl character and you wanted to take your helmet out to let your hair show. You know, it's always an option. Boab, I'm helping your brother. Sorry, Boab. And there's another adventurer out here doing their business. Boab. And I'm being dumb. And there it is. My smartness has returned. So now we'll speak to Ithacus. This day has surely brought me a surprise. To say that I'm pleased to be greatly overstating my mood. But I will say you've done more than I first thought you could. You ought to wield the power of fire with pride as you stride into war, as you surely must. Now I grant you the honor of addressing my father. Well, he may speak to you as you have my approval. How he will deal with you is his own choosing. You dare not be a fool about the Tathathas, lest you get irreparably burned. So now we will talk to the next person on the list. So we're done. Now we'll talk to Lizrel. May you be nourished by the earth, Milton. Why is it you stand before me? Could it be you have a mind for learning? Ah, very good. First I will tell you the staff I carry is of great power. As within it is the very living poison courses through my father's veins, Vanessa green blood. Also, it's called Tishar, Staff of Creation, a gift bestowed upon me, and only me. Should you be wrong about me or my master, you will feel its deathly touch and learn the way of the Green Dragon in a way your worst nightmares wouldn't prepare you for. Are you true to me? Don't lie or you will regret it. Tishar calls you true. Let's begin then. Vinesh is the green, the creation lord. He commands the power of nature both within his body and mind. The power that can give life and destroy it, as all things in nature do. You must fully understand that for the strong to survive, the weak must always die. This occurs all about us, and although you may not see it, even here as trees grow taller, it must stretch its branches and roots to gain more strength, choking the life of the weaker from it, around it. Do you see? Good, then. Now draw closer so that I may instruct you in the ways of creation. By my Lord's Vinesh teaching, once you have proven yourself, you will then begin a life journey we call Kayoha. This means you will become ever closer to nature as you grow in age, until the ultimate joining of nature, when you will perish and join it fully, called Upashu. Then you may grow from the earth, and as that which you are represented in mortal life. So you must take care of the path you take in life, lest you return to Upashu as a weak root. Understand? Of course I do. Very well. To begin Kahoya, you must do several things to guide you through the beauty and terror of nature, and how they are forever intertwined by design. First, seek out a plant of great beauty and simplicity, with a poison nettle that grows from beyond the canyons outside the city. Recover a broadleaf that's fallen from the tree in the ground grove. You must scour the city's inn and resting area for a shed dragon scale. You should perhaps know why you must find these things, yes? Examine the poisonous nettle should you find it. A simple demonstration that, much like me and my brethren, illustrates beauty and fierceness. Vinesh is the very same, outwardly beautiful and even more terrifying through that which you don't see, his great poison breath. A broadleaf has fallen from a grove tree and must be looked at closely. While its exterior is very simple, closer inspection will show you a world where countless veins feed and strengthen the leaf. A stem it keeps steady. Many things in our world are never as simple as they seem at first glance. That knowledge will keep you safe. The dragon scale. Our scales are a gift to protect us as we mature from human to dragon. Each creature is born with a gift of some kind, each special. Let's remember Elizabeth is the daughter of Vinesh, a green dragon of Crescent City. As your charge that you learn the ways, both lovely and deadly, of nature's power. To truly understand how nature interacts, it demands you find and examine several specific specimens. You'll need to find a poisonous nettle from the plants that grow outside the caverns of the mushroom grove and hollows outside of the city. You should be able to identify their dark green hue and low profile. A broadleaf that is fallen from a tree in the dragon's growth. A leaf's dark brown hue should help you identify its location. And a dragon scale, which most likely to be found left behind by sleeping dragonborn in the Jade Dragon's Inn. Now, one of these things is a pain in the butt, so I went ahead and got the broadleaf. You may have noticed me do that on the way in, but yeah, there was a reason I grabbed that leaf. But now we'll be going to the Jade Dragon's Inn. That is on the first floor. And we'll be looking for a scale. Jade Dragon's Inn is going to be... I was looking for this earlier when is that it? Yep. It can be in any room. It could even be in a human's room. We got the dragon scale. I was looking for it earlier and I was like, why can't I find the dragon scale? I must have overlooked it. But the poisonous nettle is a plant that grows outside in the caverns of the mushroom groves and the hollows outside the city. So we got to go to the danger zone. And by danger, I mean dangerous for those who oppose me. Fly, Bevo, fly! And we're losing our poison resist. Well, that's okay. If we go out to these caves, there's a lot of caves out here. But you can kind of peek inside and see this is a mushroom cave. Because there's little mushroom people. And these could be fought for experience, but he's indifferent to us, and we have really no business with him. So we will grab the dark plant next to him. Yeah. And that's it. We now go back to our dear green earth person. Now, even though she's talking about it being a nature dragon, there's an actual god called a Tunare in this game, which has an entire plane of growth that's devoted to nature. So, if one of the days this dragon gets too uppity, all of a sudden Tunare will just come out here and say, "You're stepping on my toes," and just beat the dragon up. I mean, unless the dragon wants to kill a god, which I think is a very interesting concept. So as soon as this lift comes back down, we will go up. It's like 1 in the morning here, and you still got a ton of players just all messing around in the newbie city. But it's a very fun game, and I don't blame them. And up we go. Righto. So we will take the scale. Yeah. Hold on. You have returned. I do hope that you have learned the way of the Creator. As much as nature gives life, it must also take it away. And so will be the way of us all. You're now granted permission to talk to Vinesh. Satisfied you have learned these lessons, you may engage in verbal discourse with him. Got another platinum. We'll move on to the next one. Council member Vaktra hisses at you. Must I always be plagued by inquiries of ignorant twits? You reek of stupidity. Dude, I'm a cat. Could it be that foul stench you wish to change? At any cost, perhaps even your soul. You see, the dark art of the shadow scale can be so alluring and seductive that practitioners become lost in it and never return from the void between life and death. My father, Draton Ra, master of the void, is the lord of shadow magic, who can take wing and fly the razor's edge between life and death. His knowledge is vast, incomprehensible to you. However, I could offer you a taste of the darkness, so that you may see how it seduces your senses and spirits, if you dare. Bravery must be your strong suit, then. Listen closely. One wrong effort on your part will bring my tutelage to a swift end. You must delve into the powers of undeath and capture a magical essence of shadow from the undead fisherman in the hollow. You must also gather the bones of the undead scattered among the debris at the top of the city, as they were once animated by our dark magic. In the butcher's shop you must find fresh meat carved from the bone, so that you may smell and see and touch what happens to the flesh when you dies. Return to me with these things, and I shall size you up once more. Master Jordan Ra may have use for one such as eager as you. So now we're going to do the works of the Dark Draken. Some of them are good, some of them are evil. But as far as an adventurer goes, they're not really worried about it. So we'll talk to Butcher Couture. You come from Brother Vaktra, I see. I do have some fresh meat for you to inspect and eat with your fingers. I shan't tell you what kind of creature it comes from. You may find it distasteful. However, you should follow the magic of the Master of the Void. You should have plenty of opportunity to feel this very type of flesh. Piece of acrid meat. Now, I'm sure if a wizard has identify on it, it's a dragon meat, but I can't 100% confirm that. But now we need to go get some shadow from the fisherman and a dusty bone from upstairs. So we're going to go to the bone zone, because I feel like it. Ah, yes. I would like a bone. Bone. Some coffins, but no bones. Bone. We have found a bone. Bone. Now I need to go get some shadows. I have bone. I also have levitation, so I care not for your nonsense. Let's go straight down. See what I did there? That's called knowledge. And now we'll go punch a skeleton in the face. Skeleton, I've come to punch your face. Ooh. First try drop. It's a pretty common drop, but that's the end of the Dark Dragon quest. So now we'll go back upstairs. Now what's funny is sometimes I'll grab all 6 quests at once. I'll just kind of complete them as I kind of go, but if you do them individually, there's like 0 challenge to it. It's just kind of remembering everything that you're trying to do. Did I go there yet? Did I get that item? Do I have everything I need? You know. So it's up to you if you want to do it all at once or if you want to do it one at a time. But they're a really easy quest. So we'll take the meat. We'll take the bone. And yes, I do love the feeling of rotting meat under my fingers. Each second that passes, the decomposition races ever faster. My master will now speak with you. I strongly suggest that you bow low to my father, lest you find yourself racing past the boundary between life and death, straight into the void. Now, it's funny, if you've ever been around rotting meat in real life, there's no flies to lay eggs and stuff like that, where you put the meat in the vacuum. There's no actual decomposition. So, or the decomposition goes very, very slowly. Also, if you salt meat and put it in the freezer, it can last for a very long time. They call it jerky. Now, let's go to Councilmember Majan. Vasha, my friend. That is your first lesson, Milton. Grading your respect. Vasha is what we speak when we, or most speak, might utter hail. And Udra is what we speak when we part. I may teach you more if you wish to broaden your intellect. Most agreeable. It is our way, after all. I am the firstborn of the child of the Golden Dragon, Lady Kikulin the Enlightened. Those of her ilk are named the Golden Chalice. We are the vessels of which Kikulin's knowledge flows. While we shall never be accomplished as Our Lady, she does impart the knowledge of the matters of us for the time being. We are encouraged and charged with imparting this precious wisdom, among other things, to better and further us all. Our Lady tells us that we must learn by action. To tell a newborn bird to find a worm for food has no meaning. To guide the bird to the worm and show it how it must pluck it from the earth to eat it, as all the bird needs to understand. So you must do the same within your minds. Listen well, Milton. This task will be an exercise of your mind, not your body. You use our brain. You must acquire knowledge and be able to answer my questions correctly. Knowledge you will need will be found in 3 places: in the book kept by the librarian's assistant, Guy Julin, in a quiet room in the library. More is written in dragon's blood on the parchment that is hidden among the piles of stones in the dragon's grove. The last is found in a magic parchment with no words. This parchment can be found in the shelves of the library. What you must do is cast a spell that lives in the parchment in order to read the spell's text upon it. Return to me when you have gained this knowledge, and you will answer my questions in turn. So, Councilmember Majan, the firstborn of the learned Golden Dragon Kikulin, hopes to enlighten you about the ways of his maker's focus. To do this, you must broaden your mind and open it with new knowledge. To prove your ability to learn, you must acquire 3 collections of lore and answer questions to regard them correctly. One book is being kept by the librarian's assistant, Guy Julin, who resides in the quiet section of the library. Another parchment is written in dragon blood Hidden among the pile of stones in the dragon's grove near the water. The parchment is tucked by the pages of an old tome. Look for a stack of purple, green, and yellow books by the ground near Euseria the Elder. And lastly, the final lore is found on the magic department with no words, found on the shelves of the library. What you must do is cast a spell that lives in the parchment in order to read the text upon it. The parchment is tucked between the shelves of page of 3 colorful tomes. Look for a stack of blue, red, and orange books on the shelf. Return to Mayajan with the books and parchment and answer each question in turn. So what we have to do first is go to the Assistant Gijulin. So this dragon sends us to the library. And this could be the hardest part if you're legitimately dumb. But you have to remember you're playing a fantasy game. So approach this like it's a fantasy. And go straight to the barkeeper. No. Just go to the library. There he is. You go upstairs. There's the assistant. Hopeful of the student of the Golden Chalice. I have no answer to aid you in your task, but I do have orders to offer you in this book. So we'll read this. Originally, Crescent City was inhabited by the ogres called Nock. Thousands of years ago, following the curse of the wrath of Relistek, ogres, orcs, giants, and goblins were invading the plane of Earth. The ogres grew to fear the Serpent Shrine Mountain and soon abandoned their city. They followed the Serpent River south and eventually founded a new city called the Agok and the Verant. The Six, the fathers and mothers of the dragon and founders of the Circle of the Crystal Wing, found the abandoned ogre city on their flight from the nest after their exile. The new dragon and the Six have adopted the city and called it Crescent Reach. The stone city is carved out of a side of a sheer cliff that rests between the Blightfire Moors and the Jagged Pine Forest, further to the west. The dragon had begun to put their mark over the ogre architecture that exists with tapestries, furnitures, and structures made of wood, reeds, and other materials found in the nearby moors. Already, their great pride and sense of purpose permeates the great city. The Six remain in this city most of the time, with a magical cavern in the city called the Dragon's Grove. The Six perch among their pedestal that creates a balance of their magic. They all exist as equals, a council, though they most certainly behave and believe in their own ways and magic. For the good of all dragonkind, they look upon their differences. The scions of the Six, the firstborn dragon of each dragon, represents their mothers and fathers within the city, and do the best they can to manage the new race's affairs. The scions of Riakash, Ethakis, Lizrel, Vak, Dra, Myjan, and Heshir. I didn't quite end that quite right, but that's okay. So we need to use the magic on the enchanted parchment in order to read it. So that means we need to find the enchanted parchment. Now it told us to look for a stack of blue books. And that's the only hint we get. So I think that's it. Yep. So we got the Touch of the Six. Cast Jamming Parchment. And now it'll read itself to us. After Veneral Sather's curse was released into the nest, it was clear that the future dragonkind was in danger. 6 dragons that were children of the nest proposed a plan to their elders. They advised that the dragons wanted humans and dragons to create a race to protect their existence. They were immediately shunned by the elder dragons of the nest and sent to exile for even proposing such a foul notion. The 6 dragons left the nest for nearby Serpent Spine Mountains with the intent to carry out their plan to create a new race and protect and serve dragonkind and guard Vishan's scale, regardless of their parents' advice. They called themselves the Circle of the Crystal Wing, defining themselves as the future of dragonkind, the name of their great mother Vishan, the crystalline dragon. The 6 dragons at the circle, and it had already spawned back. The 6 dragons at the circle and their titles near them are the Vanesha Greenblood, Daton Ra, the Master of the Void, Kikalon the Enlightened, Mistafar, Seeker of All, Atathlos, the Great Red Lord, Nashri the Wind Spirit. These 6 dragons soon became the parents of the first dragon, humans who would be touched by the dragon's blood. The six traveled to Freeport in human form, through the taverns and inns, looking for the right humans to suit this new race. The honorable dragons found that many sympathized with their plights and planned to agree to help right the wrongs of the mortals inflicted on the dragons of the nest by unleashing Venerable's curse. The darker dragons were not so willing to negotiate and kidnap the human subjects they desired. Thus, as many dragon-touched humans grew, they were not aware of their imagined blood, and through adolescence they experienced awakening. Their skin and bodies changed as the magic within them came to life. They grew horns. The color of their parent and their skin began to show in small scales, almost branded with the runic patterns of the dragon's parent. They would fall into a trance-like state as they were called to Nock, now known as Crescent Reach, home of the new dragon race. In order for the dragon to grow strong enough to thrive, the creators, the six dragons, decreed that all young ones are to be set into the world alone in their very lives, strengthened by their experiences. The strong will survive. Now, knowing that knowledge, that means you know how we start in a place that you can't really access unless you walk there to the dragons. Like, you walked all the way through here, and you just, like, you were a young dragon. You were called to the six dragons, and you had walked all the way up there, and that's why the emissary is waiting for you up there. That's why there's a guildmaster there. So according to this, that's what happens. So from Freeport, or, you're a young human, you've been cursed by the dragon's blood, and you eventually just walk all the way out here, and that's why you start in that one strange area, because you fully awakened as a dragon. That's why that happens. So now we need to go find our final piece of knowledge, which I think we already have. It's the ogre's coming of age. So we'll go talk to him again and see if he's willing to give us our test. So these dragons aren't really anything more than humans with dragon blood. And those dragons out there aren't really good guys. They're cast out as exiles from the other dragons. So other dragons don't really appreciate them. Oh wait, hold on. I know what I need to do. Because I'm levitating, the elevator doesn't want to cooperate. But that's okay. We need to go out there and get that final book from the dragon we saw earlier. So imagine you're a human, and the dragon blood is is awakening, and you're called to this big building, and you're just like, I'm turning into something that's not human, but there are other people like me. And that's what these dragon are. They're just humans. They're just people. They were the last race added to EverQuest. So the last race is a human. Let's go get the book from our buddy here. So if you talk to her, she just tells you that she can't find... she's having issues. But we'll get to her eventually and officially a little bit further down the line. We need to find these books. This is Vashon's children. So when Vashon's brood was beginning its days on Norath, the dragons determined, among other things, that the nest would be the breeding grounds for their kind. It was also where 5 chosen dragons closest to the pure blood of Vashon would carry out the nest for all time and pass down their knowledge. Thus the dragons of the nest became known as Vashon's children, those that served them, the servants of the children. The dragons and creatures of the nest began to build foundations for the sacred area and found a way to hide it from meddling mortals. Through the mastery of magic, the 5 dragons all took part to create a veil of magic that drapes over the land. One dragon, Yarlir, master of weather, obscures the veil of magic by storms. Vashon, which also gave the dragons a great gift, which they would always be a part, a scale taken from her very chest. In some way it bound them all together, and to her it was entrusted to all of her brood. That was clear it was to be protected at all cost. The scale was placed in a shrine called the Reliquary Scale. It was always closely guarded. When Salusek Ro raised lands and created the Serpent Mountains, the reliquary was forced from Yarlur's protective veil, and much of it was destroyed. Only 2 of the 5 guardians of the scale survived the great upheaval of the land. Life in the nest carried on, however. The laying of eggs at the birth of new dragons in the nest. The ones that would carry on the nest for all time are governed by a cycle. Every 1,000 years, Visan's children would choose the eggs of the dragons that would replace them and gain their knowledge. And for 1,000 years, those eggs must be protected until they hatch, a time known as the Brood Dawn. A cycle is disturbed. The eggs of the metallic storm and lava dragons could become corrupted or worse. The Brood Dawn must take place undisturbed. For thousands of years, the nest remained safe, but for a few intruders who found it an error, and they quickly learned their mistake. One day of ill fate, Norathian's greed overtook their good sense. They unknowingly aided a dark and evil messenger, the one from who paid the foreman from the Soluzek mines, to dig deeper and further to the north, with the promise of untold riches. The way of the nest was opened, and the veil of magic breached as Norathians passed through it. Tararanan, a dragon that lived in the fires of the volcano, immediately flew from his lair and brought the rains of fire and destruction in a lava storm, beating back those attempting to disturb the nest. And while the disruption and distractions occurred, the dark messenger of Venerable Sathir snuck through the barrier that Norathians had opened, with his eyes on the eggs at the nest, that were due to hatch. Once inside the nest, underneath the lake in the valley, the dark messenger moved among the shadows until he stood among the precious chosen eggs that had waited nearly 1,000 years for the Brood Dawn. He then invoked a foul spell and carved a symbol into the wall of the nest that magically sank into the wall, waiting for the moment when it would be unleashed, knowing that it would be before the Brood Dawn would take place. He then gated safely back to Carmore's undetected. Venerable Sathir counted on Norathian's penchant for killing anything in their path, and he knew they would kill the storm dragon Yarler, Vishimatar's mate, and draw the storm dragon up from his post to the nest, take vengeance on the Norathians. With the Yarler no longer summoning the protective barrier nest, Vishimatar no longer is guarding it, a symbol of the dark messenger left on the wall will come alive, growing and spreading through the nest. The dark messenger's wishes came to pass. As Norathians killed Yarmer, Vishimatar left his post within the nest to fight those who attacked his mate, and this act allowed the courage to grow, move unchecked through the nest. Now even though this character's from the moon, you're considered Norathian, so every time a non-player character sees you coming along, it's like, oh yeah, it's that one guy that kills everything in his path. That's what they think of you. So now I think we're ready to take a test. So we're going to take our Vashir and go see our test giver. Will we pass? We will find out. We'll have to use our brains. If you're watching this video, you have a very big brain. I'm going to steal it. Okay, so the council's in session. This meeting of the Honored Council of Six is now in session. On the agenda today is to continue to work with ridding the upper levels of the city of Vermin that currently inhabit the area. Councilmember Vakdra says, I move for a change of focus with the session on the council. We have four more pressing matters to deal with in the focus of rats and bats to scurry about. What is the increased presence of the gnolls outside our gates? Or the increased threat of the Bixie menace? Shall we not focus on the larger issues at hand? Ryakash, I agree with Councillor Vakdra. Lizril says, very well. We'll discuss the issues presented by Councillor Vakdra. We now hear the report on the gnoll activities in the area surrounding Crescent Reach. Aid Shay Please ask Scout Tomos to present his report to the council. Of course, my lady. Scout Tomos, please report to your council chambers at once. The scout was doing that. Honored councilors, it's my honor to present this report to you. I've made an extensive tour of the Blightmoor's moors. I've concluded that the knolls of our surrounding areas present a clear threat to our safety and security of our fine city. Although the knoll's primary focus is mining activities, ultimately their objective and efforts is to arm for a conflict with the city, perhaps to take it as their own. I believe we should strike them now before they have a chance. Of even greater concern, I'm sure the council agrees with me, that Ambassador Orin has not yet returned from his trip to confront the knolls on behalf of our city. I have spoken with Scout Zerak, who remains in Blightfire Moors to observe the knolls. He has heard no word from the ambassador. Thank you very much for the report, Scout. We will consider this matter carefully and determine the best course of action. Thank you, Counselor. May Vishan bless the council in our city. We all have much to think on this day. I move that we would adjourn at this time so we may reflect on what Scout Thomas has told us. The meeting of the Council of Six is now adjourned. So now that I've done with that, I will keep in mind that the gnolls disregarded peace with these dragons. So we will... I assume you have read the riddles and have the answers at hand. If you do not, you will fail this trial in my disappointment. And that of Keelan will be great. Are you ready? Very well. What was the name of the great ogre city that we now inhabit? There's no multiple choice. There's no blue button that you can click. You have to remember. But if you are paying attention, the city is Nuk. So we'll say Nuk. Very good. Which plane would Dralosek and his minions invade? Which caused the war gods' creations to become cursed? Well, if you remember, it was the orcs, giants, and orcs and ogres that invaded the plane of Earth. Impressive, Milton. And lastly, dragon race are created with the touch of... Dragons are created by the touch of a dragon on which mortal race? The humans, of course. They come from Freeport. You have passed this test well. While the knowledge is fairly rudimentary, the outcome is all that I seek. You have learned some of the history of our people and lands, and we have been taught it to Keelan herself. The Golden Chalice considers you a worthy student, and Keelan will welcome you to speak with her. Now, we're down to the last council member. Spirits embrace you, Milton. I am the First Lady of Mushfar, the White Dragon, who calls me the Moonfire. My lady is the champion of the spirits and the seeker of all. Our wisdom, or words, our lives are devoted to the ethereal world beyond ours, and the achievement of true wisdom. Would you like to know more? The depth of importance of awareness of the spirit world is fundamental. Wisdom accompanies that awareness. We seek answers to the removed lies, in the gray between the black and white, through interpretation of the messages of the spirits. Should you wish to seek more wisdom through the spirits, I can guide you to the teachings that can lift and enlighten you. First, Milton, you must begin by communing with the spirit of truth. You will appear in the dragon's grove when you draw the runes stones lay on the ground. You must hear all it has to say. If you show the great disrespect by leaving during the teachings, I will know. Shall I go on? Of course. The spirit of wisdom will bestow a gift upon you by sharing the pearls of wisdom of his timelessness. You will find the spirit to approach you on the great runestones along the path between the city proper and the dragon's grove. And there is another task. In Gektar's haunt on the third level of the city, you will find a hidden dragon, which will tell you the story of the amulet of Gektar. You must use the magic of the spirit staff to see the dragon, as he is invisible. It is the powers of the staff you run out. You may be required to ask one of your friends to cast a spell, the invisible spell upon you. You must listen to the tale of its words. You must listen to each tale in its entirely, or I, the Moonfire, will you know you did not respect my wishes. You'll have to begin again. Take the spirit staff so the spirits will sense your presence. Use this power wisely. Councilmember Heshir is the member of Lady Mistress. The White Dragon, Heshir, means to introduce you to the way of wisdom and spirituality. Focus of our Mother Dragon. Depth of importance of awareness of the spirit world is fundamental, as is the wisdom that accompanies that awareness. To grow the bud of wisdom, you must begin communing with the spirit of truth that will appear in the dragon's grove words. Dragon's Grove. When you draw near and the runestones lie on the ground, you must hear all that the spirit has to say. If you leave early, Hesher will know. The runestones are located in the southwestern section of this Dragon's Grove. The Spirit of Wisdom will bestow a gift upon you by sharing perils of his timeless experience. You will find it will appear when you approach the runestones along the path of the city proper in the Dragon's Grove. Lastly, on the third level, you will find a hidden dragon which will tell you the story of the amulet of Gektar. You must use the magic of the spirit staff in order to see the dragon, as he is invisible. If the power of the magic runs out, you may be required to ask your friends to cast a see invisible spell upon you. Beware the undead that inhabit the area. Take special care to avoid them, as evil will likely be found in one of the spots of the northern hall. You must listen to each tale in its entirety, or Hesher will know that you did not respect her wishes. You'll have to begin again. So, viewer, did you listen to everything I had to say? No. Okay, I guess we had to begin again. So let's start at the beginning. Spirits embrace you, Milton. I'm the first lady of the Mishfar. No, I'm not going to do that. I am so funny. So we need to listen to what the Spirit of Truth has to say, and the Spirit of Wisdom, and find and speak with Uville, Spirit Hunter. And this is also probably a reason why you don't get charged by your mercenary this early on. So first we will go up to the third floor and go to Gektar's haunt. Because he's invisible, and your map does not show where this guy is. You know, neither one of the maps show you. It's just nothing. So how do you find this invisible dragon? Well, first you take the staff, cast the invisible. It plays a magical enchantment on your target's eyes, allowing you to see otherwise invisible creatures for 27 minutes. So you have a decent amount of time to look for them. But you will target yourself, because if I target this vermin and I cast the spell on it, that vermin will get the see invisible spell. So you target yourself and you cast see invisible. So now, if there's an invisible person here, we'll see them. So, do you see any invisible people? We've been up here before. And you have invisibility marks around your name. And you can see he has the spell Air Elemental Invisibility, permanent. So, are you an Air Elemental in disguise? Ah yes, Hesher sends you. I have learned much in my time here. Luckily most are not too willing to endure the spirits who haunt this area. The spirit that cannot rest is named Gektar, and I believe he is bound here. Indeed, bound. There's a great and powerful trinket here called the Amulet of Gektar, as I have ascertained from a tome that was buried in the rubble here. It tells the tale of a great amulet that was handed down from one ogre chief to another, and has long past. Yes, in the years before the ogres were cursed by the god of Foralus action, the ogres and giant god who betrayed all the gods by invading the plane of earth. Then the ogres were intelligent as evidenced by this beautiful stone city that they built here. They called it Nuk. The amulet is said to have very unique properties. I once thought it was simply a symbolic trinket of the office, but it is not. Upon being handed to a new chief, it was bound to his soul by the ogres Heyokas, the high shamans, and the amulet then took the chief's name, and so the amulet is named after Gektar, the ogre chief that haunts these halls. From the history I've been piecing together, Gektar remains even as he watched all the ogre kin turn from proud, intelligent war beast to slovenly and stupid fools. The ogres were overcome by the power of the god Khazak-Thul, who many of them worshipped. That power was fear. The ogres fled from the city, all but one. It's not that in some way the amulet protected him. I believe that the amulet contained a strong shaman protective ward that slowed the curse of the gods very much in him. He was tortured by a slow creep of idiocy that began to overtake him. As honorable chief as he was, I believe he took his life while he still had control over his faculties. I believe he wanted to remain here as a symbol of what the ogres once were. As long as he remains here, he is a remainder of the glory of the ogres. what allows him to be there. Here, I believe, is the amulet of Gektar. As long as I exist, I believe Gektar will continue to reside here. Please tell Hashar I will not retrieve the great amulet. I will not disturb the great purpose of Gektar. That is not our place. Hurry now, before we are seen. You will never be seen, because your area elemental invisibility is permanent. I know hide makes you invisible. I kind of wonder if sneak does. Yeah, I'm not invisible. If I was to sneak up behind you, you know, I'd be able to sell stuff to you. Go to the purple flames. And now we need to go talk to the spirit of truth and wisdom. Which means I need to go down here. And there it is. There's a spirit of wisdom. There we go. Welcome. You welcome me with an open mind. You are learning well. As you have taken the words of the spirit of truth, I am the spirit of wisdom, who has enjoyed a timeless existence beyond your world. Even with that existence, my wisdom is ever expanding. An open mind is most important to gaining wisdom. Most of what you learn in your world must not be taken at its face value, even in the face of an enemy. A mind closed to a single purpose, like anger or vengeance, wastes precious moments of gathering wisdom about his opponents. Now you keep that in your mind and heart as you brave the adversaries in your path. All you see is Phil. Okay, hold on. All you see and feel is important as our guide. The uneasiness you feel at the center of when you pass through a dark forest, or the joy when you feel a friend's tall tale. These emotions will often guide your actions and provide you to learn to understand them. Instinct is one of the elements of wisdom, as innately given to you by the gods. Unlike your wit, intellect, or brawn, it silently guides you. Experience the world that you may find if you are one to transcend the realm of spirits and magic, and will gain the wisdom about the world around you. Collections of experiences are much like wisdom's tools. I do hope these few words are enough to begin to open your mind to the ways of wisdom. Do consider them carefully, as that is another aspect of gaining wisdom. There is quite often more to the writings of guidance. Beyond every word, incantation is often something more. History, lessons, reasons, deductions. Do not forget these things, fair one. I wish you well in your life's journey. So, we learned things. And now we need to find the other wisdom spot. Which, if I recall correctly, is up here. There you are. I sense one strong spirit near. Those who will call me this mortal plane must do so carefully. There are many dangers in our world, which should cause all to be wary when communing with spirits. My duty is to guide seekers of wisdom along the path of truth. My purpose is only to guide, not to foretell. Truths can change. Once a great dragon asked me if I would die with the virtue. Hold on. If it would die with virtue, and I could say that in my vision it was true. The simple telling of the truth turned the dragon's fate. Dying with virtue required the dragon to act as his spirit and soul commanded. He was a dragon of great virtue, in all choices he would make in his life. brought him to a death where he would remain virtuous. But knowing the truth of his death, it altered the dragon's choices. His actions were no longer selfless. My friend here is buffing me again. Thanks, friend. You are very kind. This is why only guide seekers... Words. This is why I would only guide seekers along the truth. The truth greets us in so many ways. Do not have so narrow a mind that you think you can only find truth in the hearts of yourself. Truth is all around us, in every blade of grass, in every bird's eye, in every breath of the wind. Think of the truth as those in the world that we can trust and count on, as always. The blade of grass should always bend and be soft underfoot. The bird's eyes will always find its prey. The wind shall always carry the seeds, sounds, and smells of this way and that. It gives us our sure-footedness. It gives us our wisdom. Truth also brings out the best and worst of us all. A true seeker of wisdom will accept truth and embrace it. Use the power it brings. Truth can come with great compassion, forgiveness, knowledge, but also great hate, vengeance, and distrust. All these can be used for a purpose. You must consider these teachings in order to harness their advantages. I see in your eyes the glint of a seeker of wisdom. Should you heed my words, you may not stumble where many do along this edge of truth. I must return to my realm. Be strong and true, always, seeker of wisdom. I must go. My planet needs me. Let's see. So we need to go talk to Heshir. I think this completes the last of our council members. So this is probably the longest of the council quests we took. So in the future, if you are ever wondering how to do Crescent Reach and do all the quests properly and quickly, this is probably a good guide for that. Assuming you don't just jump into EverQuest proper yourself. Sometimes this game is more fun to just learn yourself, but it tosses you straight into the tutorial and straight to Crescent Reach nowadays, so this could be a useful tool. Let's see. Go down here to the Great Council Hall. You're now familiar with the Great White Dragon. And that completes the Council of the Six. So we go to our achievements. We've done all three of these. Knock those out. So when we go to graduate Crescent Reach at level 20, we'll have done those level 1 quests. And that'll get us our upgraded armor. So if you went to level 20 and you didn't take those side quests and do all these quests, you wouldn't get your level 20 armor. So that's why we did all that. There was a reason for that. And the armor you get nowadays is a lot stronger than you would normally get. So now we're at a quest. And the next quest on our important errands is to go to the Baker Shivra in Jinkin. So we're going to go to the baker first, because we're real close to the bakery. Actually, yeah, let's grab the quest and we'll take a detour in a second. So Shivra has some quests. Some work and experiments. Busy, busy, busy for this kind of the six. The counselors just love fizzy lemonade, and they always request it when I prepare a meal for them. The problem is I don't have enough, thanks to my former assistant, Julian. Julian decided he had too much of the city. Decided to try his hand living in the wild for a bit. When he left, he took a crate of my fizzy lemonade with him. He said he was heading for the caves outside the lower level of the city in Stone Hollow. He had a crazy idea about living in the wild and getting back to nature. And you could look for him and bring back a full bottle of fizzy lemonade. It would really save me if you could. Baker Shivra is preparing a meal for the council meeting. Interesting, very interesting. She needed to serve drinks, but he had no time to make. Her last apprentice, Julian, Took a great lemonade with him when he tried to make a home in the cave outside the hollow in the city. Julian was run out by creatures, but Shivra is certain that a crate of fizzy lemonade is still there. She wants you to retrieve the bottle for her. So we got a quest for lemonade, but she's here to give us 2 quests. So we'll ask her about experiments next. Very well. It gets so boring making the same experience It gets so boring making the same old recipes over and over again. Let's try something new. Would you like to gather ingredients? Well, of course I would. And it's going to ask you to fight those 4 sporelings that we saw earlier. So we'll use some questionable ingredients. And we'll go fight some mushroom people. Because if you're not a player race, you were eligible to end up in a food. Which is actually a lie. If you're a playable race, you're liable to end up in a food. They have a human elf and high elf, or a human erudite and high elf meat, which you can make from ogres, can teach you how to make it. So if you ever get hungry and you see some humans, erudites, and high elves, you can just bash them all together and make some food out of them. They're really tasty, so I hear. And there's a ogre called Boomba the Big, which has some human pickles. So if you ever wanted pickled human, we can go and get some humans to eat. So now we need to go find Jinkin, which, if I remember correctly, is a leather worker. So he's going to be right around the corner. I was wrong. So we're going to open up our find. Make sure it's in alphabetical order. Go to J. He is over here. Now he has 3 quests for us. Vasha Milton. Browse my wares, let me know if you need anything. Would you like to help me? More. So he needs necklaces, bracelets, and dye. I messed up somewhere. Hold on. Okay, so I have all 5 quests. Okay. Sorry, I had to do a bit of a... make this kind of fun. So we need... let's do this first. Cap of color. Jinkin's jewelry inventory is growing day by day, but in order to finish some of her pieces, as made with colorful dye, she needs help. She needs out a dye. She tells you she's out to make more items for color caps and sporelings. Growth. Now the problem here is I'm about to run out of inventory space. So we're going to go to the bank real quick. Crescent coin. For the banker. And we're going to put our books, some of our staves, or a fist. We'll go to our tinkerer here and sell some of this useless stuff. Would you like some skeleton parts, sir? Yes, yes, treasure, Skethnik. That's me, what of it? How's your going, sir? Oh no, they're just props. You can't actually interact with any of this. Kind of cool looking coins though. I think it's kind of neat. Don't ask me what denominations those coins are, but you know. That's okay. Okay, so we're going to go find some fizzy lifting drinks. And other fun stuff. And now the monsters are going to get a little bit harder. So I need to pay a little bit more attention. Because these monsters will give us experience points. One of the proud ogres of Nock. Looks real intelligent. So we're going to go down here to our friendly spores. I think the cradle eliminates in here. Yeah, they don't care about me. Just like, well, I got work in the morning. There's just a giant cat walking through here. Oh, it's in the next cave. Rewall was kind enough to mark this on his map, so less intelligent beings like me could walk through a cave before checking. Small brain folk do need help from time to time. That's the Hollow's Widow. It's a rare creature. Leave it for somebody that actually needs it. So the crate is not in the mushroom cave like you would think it is. It's in the this place. So we're going to cast a spell of open. And we have a quest. Well, let's kill the sporlings first. And then we'll come down here and fight the cats. It's cat on cat violence. But since this is a newbie area, this is a... So I'm going to guess 2 days ago, somebody picked a fight with a puma. And ended up pumaing his pants because he couldn't make it back to safety. But now it's time to battle. So we're going to kick this guy in the face. Got some good stuff from him. It's the Sporling Drowse Master. He's good at making you sleep. Thanks to our very kind friend here, we have a shield of spikes, which makes this ridiculously easy. But we'll continue smacking spore thick creatures around. I've gotten better at offense. I'm enjoying that Labor Day weekend bonus EXP. I don't know when it's going to turn off officially, but I will enjoy it while it's here. What a cool dev team. So this is a Dragon Scale Sliver. The problem with this is it gives you a little bit of a bonus, but you swap gear so fast, it's like you just end up wasting it. So, hold on. Apparently I messed that up. I gotta think for a second. Head, arms, wrist, range. Okay, so we can put it in our hat. Okay, so that'll give us a little bit of extra stats. But the required level for this is 20. So it's not actually going to give us those stats until level 20. But we're in a level, what level is this? Level 9 area. So, okay, game. My mace skill is going up. So I believe we got the truffles, got the spoiling caps, got the fizzy lemonade, and now we've got to go fight the pumas. So we need 12 pumas and 12 puma fangs, which means we will be going around the corner. Wow. They just sit here waiting to be attacked. You see, my cat is better than your cat. I've heard some people say all cats share the same brain cell. That is not true. My cat is simply superior. So we will defeat you and get the Puma Fang. We need to go up here. And just keep fighting the pumas. Give my throat a chance to rest after that tons and tons of exposition. These skins and tattered animal pets are used for tailoring, which is kind of fun. That's neither here nor there. We have Crew Defiance, but our current gear is better. Go to the Puma Cave. Fight some pumas. Make them Puma pants. Because I'm hitting him in the face with a mallet, he thinks I'm a threat. Would you say that's accurate? The cat back there is doing his best. Or unless you know what sells and what doesn't, you want to take everything. It's not hurting anything in your inventory until after you're done selling. I could use this if I wanted to, but I'm not interested. Not yet, anyway. If I have a reason to use two-handed blunt weapons, I'll do it later. You can always keep it to train your weapons, but at a higher level you have more intellect and wisdom and you can just learn faster. And another augmentation. Because of inventory space, we'll just throw it in our pants. If you ever need more space in real life, just throw something in your pants. Have a milkshake you're saving for later, just throw it in your pants. Have a friend you want to take to the park later, just throw them in your pants. No problem. I have hit level 12. I am the most powerful cat in the world now. It turns out killing monsters gives you experience. But I am unbothered. Here, kitty kitty. Schmack. Need 2 more. Oh no, it's a snake. What's he doing here? Puma, there's a snake. He just went through the wall. Yeah, he literally went through the wall. Oh no, he didn't. It's a ceiling snake. Wait. Lycan, did you see that? Viewer, did you see that? Anyway. EverQuest. EverQuest. One time I was fighting a snake in Kanos, and the snake grew a leg and kicked me. Don't trust snakes in this game. They're very strange. Sometimes I think the developers taught snakes to kick for some reason. I will never understand it. Why would you do such a thing? Teaching a snake kung fu fighting. Get some nice skill ups now. Now, let's see here. So we have all the Puma things, we have all the sporing caps, we have the lemonade, truffles, and we need Crescent vermin hides and Crescent bat hides. Now for the sake of inventory, we're going to go turn in what we have. Kevin, no. Less than 12 hours ago, a high elf decided he would fight something, and he made the wrong choice. Why'd you do it, Kevin? Why'd you let them kill you? Let's go upstairs. Wakey bakey. I brought you a crate of... Hold on. First, let's give you some tasty truffles. I got a plan. I got a plan for flan. I'm gonna put this on top of our food. And we'll give you some lemonade. She gave us some fizzy lemonade. Isn't that nice? So we'll put that on top, because if you don't remember, you eat the food at the top of your inventory first, and you just go down. So while I just ate some bread cakes and some skim milk, eventually I'll eat these flans and this fizzy lemonade first. And because I'm a Vashir, I could let's see. So we'll give oh yeah, he was down here. I forgot. So we'll deliver the sporting caps. Give me some healing potions. Give him some puma fangs. There they are. Give us some more fun potions. Now we gotta sell our stuff. We'll find one of the many vendors around here and sell some of the loot we got on our adventure. I like the selling music. It's brings me back to my childhood. Cause I played this game like it was 2004, 2003. Got almost a platinum for that same Puma Tooth. Where did that staff I was thinking about? Just gotta clear the inventory now and then. You get money a lot faster than you used to. Having 80 gold at like level 12 would just be mind-boggling back in yonder day. I think I had like a singular platinum. I lost it because I had to buy my spells. Now we're losing our legacy of spike spell, so our enemies won't be killing themselves on my damage shield anymore. But now we gotta fight the bats and rats up here. So this is the quest that brings us up here officially, to fight these bats and rats. So, gotta get 5 rats and 5 bats. They spawn on top of each other, so if for some reason there's no bats, just kill the rats until bats spawn. Because they share a spawn point. That rat had a buckler and a great spear. That was on one singular rat. And that's a tough rat. That rat came at me with a spear and a shield. Just smacking around the wildlife like any other RPG. Starting the game is free, and it's fun, so why not? dropping a lot of loot. Nothing for me, but there's a lot of loot. So our buddy's still invisible over there. Because I don't have the see invisibility spell anymore. I don't see him. So they're gonna be like level 100 monsters just sitting right behind me, sniffing my hair. And I wouldn't know. They'd be like, whoa. Big giant invisible monster. Death could be around any corner. We're just crushing on through. Getting these monsters down. Of my little warder buddy. Eventually my mercenary is going to start charging me money, but I think I have a few more levels of a free service. Let's see, what's that? See, can I put this in my shawl? Yeah, just give me some extra stats. I don't need them, and I'll replace it eventually, but it's nothing. It's just free stats. Just put it in there and forget about it. Throw it away when you're done. Don't give it a second thought. Now I need one more bet. I see bet. Bat detected. Grabbing me, Betty. Spin around so you're getting more damage in. I haven't been doing that because I'm bad at the game. Oh yeah, there's other ways to play this. If you weren't interested in doing the hero's journey or what I'm doing, there's a quest giver in the Plane of Knowledge called a Franklin Teak, and he'll give you some equipment if you just complete his quest. Or you can just run off and do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. It's EverQuest. Just have fun. That's literally the point of the game. I'm gonna float down here like a weirdo. Boab. Your name is Boab. And I'm going to really get out of my muscle memory because I keep going in that building. Chicken is over here. He has never not been over here. There is no excuse for doing that constantly. Boab. Yay. So now I get some cool toys. I get a ranged item and a belt. So I get a really cool belt. This says haste on it. Back in my day, getting haste on something would be near impossible. I never got haste back in the day. Unless it was from an enchanter that was just being nice. So Boab is now useless to us. So we got hit point regeneration, mana regeneration, haste. That's ridiculous. But new EverQuest, they go easy on you. What else did I get? Got a ranged item. Let's see, do I want a lantern that does nothing? Or do I want a orb? I got an orb. But now my lantern's going out and everything's dark. So I'm going to put my lantern back on. Well, if you ever see somebody with a strange light, like when I walk, this light follows me. So if you are playing like a dark elf and you're not using a lantern, and some guy walks by with like a Mach 5 brightness lantern, and you're just like, my eyes. Which is just kind of funny, but it's okay. Oh, the Labor Day weekend bonus EXP stopped. At least it was cool of them to give it to you. Boab. What is this? Oh, it's a healing potion. So some of these goodies. Got lots of potions, but I'm not using them because I haven't needed to. One day I'm sure I will. Today is not that day. So now, since we're doing Hero's Journey, we will continue to look at them. Our next one is let's see. First, we got to Council Aid Shay, since we're like right there. There you are. Pashai Milton. I am to aid the Council of the Six, and I have many responsibilities. I'm under the daily business of a city and ensure it runs smoothly for our Draken and our progenitors. While you're here, would you mind taking care of an issue that promises to be a nuisance to our city? You may have seen a number of spiders running around. The spider is the spawn of a great magical spider queen. I think you can probably manage her with several of your friends. We reward you kindly on behalf of the Council. It wants me to kill spiderlings. So it wants me at level 10. This is a level 10 quest, by the way, to go out there and fight spiderlings. That's how EverQuest works. So now we're going to finally do that. Okay, if you notice I have an warp in my hand, you can fix that by just putting your mallet back on. It shows the last item you have equipped. But if this shield thing was kind of bugging you, where, you know, it kind of shows your hand through it, if you so desired, you just have that out. Just hide your sword and shield. Well, this is how it's how it works. Okay, having a brain fart. Skinner. Boab. So he's going to ask me to do things. Just another one of those things. He's just like, hey, I need these things. And we'll read the quest when we get into it. But I want to make sure I gather them all first. And Under the Dark. Now this quest is kind of special and I kind of like it. Because all this time you're supposed to be all nice and safe in the city, right? Well, now we're going to do dark and evil things. Yes, what is it? By the looks of it, it looks like you'd say, not be interested or committed enough to learn what I could teach you. I'm a cat. And if you insist, I'll tell you what it is I'm doing. As a child of Dawson Ra, it is my intention to become Master of Shadow and Necromancy. I will soon surpass the moniker of Apprentice and become a very powerful citizen of Crescent Reach, and perhaps even replace Vakdra on the Council of the Skies of the Six. If you're interested in the ways of the dark arts, I can give you a task or it gives you a sample of the type of spirit and disposition is required. There's a scaleless barbarian that intends to train the Draken. He has some items and ingredients on him I need for my studies. You're going to have to kill him. There's no other way he'll surrender the ingredients. He is in Artisan's Row on the second level of the city. You'll need to be sure to kill him before the guards who patrol nearby catch you. They will not look upon a death within the city walls fondly. Then, take his baggage of goods and return to me. Thunder is a budding young apprentice of the dark arts, as they were taught to him by Dajun Ra, the Black Dragon. He has his eyes on the position of the sky of the six held by Vaktra. He needs you to help with a few tasks, which he hopes will gain him a following. He has asked you to steal some ingredients being held by the scaleless barbarian, who in his arrogance believes he can educate the dragon. You must go to this barbarian and artfully drain his life by killing him with your skills and take his goods. Beware, young one, for you must watch for the nearby patrolling guard, and time your attack perfectly or you'll be slain for your actions. So the stakes are high on this one. Now another part of this is these dragons are humans that are from Freeports, and barbarians and humans are allies. So that's kind of a big thing. So you probably saw this barbarian earlier, just kind of in passing. This is him. Apothecary Shelga is murmuring to himself. The young alchemists here are quick studies, but they still have much to learn from me. So, there's the warden. So he's walked off over there. So you've got, let's see, 1 minute. Let's see how long it takes him to get back. During this time, I could be brutally murdering his friend. Looks nice over here, doesn't it? Nice and peaceful. What a wonderful city. Yep. He's only level 50, so if we get in trouble, you know, we might be able to take him. Yep, we're just hanging out. Good times in the city. Yep, time's up. You go check on my barbarian friend. Hello, barbarian friend. Are you still alive? Yes. Everything is nice. Nice and peaceful. Totally nothing gonna happen. Oh look, we're about to enter battle. And our buffs are going. And our mercenary is using his magic. It doesn't seem like a big deal, but it will be one day. Just hang out here with your barbarian friend. Just watching over him. No big deal. How nice of a barbarian to come and aid the dragons. Is there something over there, sir? Yep, everything seems fine here. Bye, friend. So we will start beating up the apothecary. There is a murder going on in town. You've seen how long we need to take. So we don't have a whole lot of time to do this. Nope, he's gonna go try to run to the guard. Is he gonna make it? Nope. And we got Shelga's pouch of ingredients. Boy, it sure looks nice over here, doesn't it? Nice and wonderful. Absolutely nothing has happened. You're a good guard. So we'll go back up. It looks like the guard went back to go see his friend, but his friend isn't there. Looks like a cat got him. So we'll give the Shelga's pouch of ingredients to Under the Dark. And we got a new weapon. Thunder is wickedly smug with your success. His plans to overthrow the council member Doctor may soon be at hand. I'm pretty sure this quest used to lower your faction. Am I imagining things? I guess it doesn't really matter. I guess one that used to lower your faction. Not by a lot, but just like 10 points or something. What a crock. Okay. So now we gotta go fight bears and spiders. I'm gonna go fight the spiders first. Spiders, they're everywhere. Spiders. Just gotta kill some spiderlings. You are no match for the Scale Guard. May your death be a warning to our enemies. See, we got a spider egg. That means we're special. And remember, there's usually spiders against the wall. Web of Fears. Have you seen any spiders? Nope. There's one. Now the thing with these monsters is some of these share a spawn point with other monsters. So like this snake could be a spider. Don't tell anybody. You may not like it being called a spider. But by knocking out these other spiders, or... Hey, it's friend again. He's invisible. We are strong again. What a bro. Let's smack this leaf drake. So we've got spider eggs. Lots of spider eggs. We need to kill 5 more spiders. Does these spiderlings, I believe, count? Yeah, they count. They definitely count. They count to 20. Smack him. You are no match for the Scale Guard. It's kind of funny. You'd think the drakes would be, kind of precious to the dragons, because it's it was giant sky lizard, but they don't care. Just smack around the leaf drake. There's no quest to kill them, as far as I know, but they don't care. And you're like, it's just a newbie level monster. First monster in the game, you get to fight a dragon, which is kind of cool, I guess. But you're holding out my spider spawns. There's a spider in there. There's a spider in that cart. Let me in there. Spiders, they're everywhere. Spiders. Explore to the bridge to the north. That one? Is there something dangerous here? Oh no, there's something here. It's the Canyon Queen. How spooky. And we get a hat. I don't know who gave it to us, but we sure got it. Let's take a look at our hat. Unfortunately, it's not as good as our other one. But we sure got it. It automatically completes the quest. So we're going to go in and sell some gear and get back into the fray. Eventually I'll buy more bags, but you don't really need them this early on. You know, I'm sure one day there'll be a tailor that watches this and they'll just die from cringe. They'll be like, oh, I could use that for my tailoring. You just sold it to a vendor. You could have saved it or something. But I just don't care. Like, there's so many optimal, you know, max ways you can play this game. But I've just never been bothered with it. I'm just a low-level player, showing people this is a good game. It's fun. You don't have to be a raider or anything like that. You just chill, have a good time. Let's go after the cave bears now. Bears. They're very fun. I'm gonna bury them. May all death be a warning to our enemies. You're still alive. We can fix that. Let's defeat this Hollow's Widow we ignored earlier. And this is for a quest. I'm gonna leave it there. Because I know it doesn't sell for anything. I just killed a rare mob for no reason. I'm a nice person. There are some gators. You see, the EverQuest gator has the ability to phase through the ground. So if you ever see a snout like this, just pretend it's mud. Like he's sticking his head out of the mud. And you just punch him in the face. Just punch him. That's the rule. Well, I guess my Bashir is using a mallet now. Just bonk him with a mallet. It's a good time. I lost the loot on that one. Now, the way advanced looting works is it just kind of gathers everything. So, like, let's say you just killed a pool of monsters. You can get that thing anyway. It's because it stays on your loot list. So if I go back to that where that Hollows thing was, it's gone. I personally prefer the basic loot way, but you just hit the check mark arrow on advanced looting. And, even I don't fully understand how to use advanced looting because I'm normally just soloing and doing what I'm doing on screen. But there's a method to all that madness. See, alligators, this means that it's quite a gamble. But to be frank, I've got all these buffs. I've got my warder and I've got a healer in my pocket. And there's no real challenge. See, if I get in trouble, my dear healer here will perform the healing magics. Kevin, why? Come on, Kevin, get it together. Get it together, Kevin. It was just an alligator. Did you forget to breathe? Oh, this was recent. This person came down here less than 3 hours. This person was here when I started. Oh, so that's what happened to you. There's a shaman here. I think we need him for a quest. Let's beat him up. It's kind of sad when you see somebody that you saw in game earlier and then you see their corpse. It's like, it's kind of grim. It's kind of fun to me, just kind of imagining how people, I guess it's kind of like how the Dark Souls games work, where you look at the bloodstain and you see how people died last. This newbie area always has people running through it. Yeah, more alligators. Alligator! See, now that I leveled up once, they're even con instead of yellow con. Because we're the same level now. You gotta stop sitting on the back. Well, I got problems now. There's a skeletal ogre attacking us. That ogre is being ripped apart by the damage shield that our dear friend casted on us earlier. So because of that damage shield, this high-level ogre, which would normally absolutely destroy us, is being ripped apart. So not only is that kind of funny, to be honest, this would normally be a situation where you would panic. But through the power of friendship, we have the upper hand. You are nothing. That ogre did it to himself. But oh yeah, there's a really strong monster that's just sitting like right next to your quest area. That will absolutely get you killed. In another world, I would be in a lot of trouble there. So you have to thank our dear friend for that one, for that damage shield. That really pulled through. It's also allowing me to just shred these monsters. I'm not complaining. I'm not here for a challenge. I'm here to have fun. This alligator still has, please. This is your killer. I'm about to avenge you. So, this alligator is still targeting this person. I am avenging you. You have been avenged, little half-elf. We are now underwater. We have avenged the fallen. We have done the good deed. Need 2 more. The hunter is about to become the hunted. Turn you, so my pet does more damage. Yep. I'm out of inventory space apparently. So we'll destroy the spidering silk, making that rare mob's death completely pointless. Why'd I do such a thing? I'm probably gonna get a skeleton to attack me here in a minute, which is fine. Did you already forget you're out of inventory space? Might be time to be building a backpack. Okay, so since we're out of inventory space, we're gonna head back a bit and deliver these hides. There's some deluxe toolboxes I want to buy, but they're in the plane of knowledge, and that's a whole different thing. I want to kind of stay in this area and not go too far off the beaten path just yet. Let's let the good times roll. So we go up. Hi, buddy. Give him the alligator hides. He gives us more potions. And this is a haste potion, which is pretty useful. We'll be selling our loot now, so I can get back into the field. Battle must be joined. We're getting up to those nice cell numbers now. Yeah, I think we'll grab 2 extra backpacks. I'll do the deluxe toolboxes later. It's not that big of a deal. I saw you had backpacks earlier. When I was going through your inventory, I saw backpacks. No. These are the same thing, but the backpacks are a little bit lighter. So that's why nobody uses the large boxes. But there's different sizes, like you buy a belt pouch, not only do you get 4 capacity, size is small, or you know, a purse, which would kind of be the same thing but cheaper. You know, this size cap's medium. Some of these items are they have a size of them, like this is tiny, this is small. Backpacks can hold up to large. There are giant items, which you can fit into a deluxe toolbox. But let's say you have a giant item, you can't fit it in these backpacks. You have to use one of these spaces down here. So when I buy the oh my god, is that another Vashir? Good choice. Okay. Oh yeah, since we did the council quest, the dragons will talk to us now. But because we're not a draken, it's really not that big of a deal. Like if we were a draken, we'd talk to the dragon of our choice, and they give us quests to make our breath spell stronger. Our special ability is sneak, but if you were a draken, your special ability would be to breathe fire on your enemies. And that is not what we are about. If you've ever wanted the fantasy of being a dragon, you can absolutely do that. We have leveled up again. Now I know there's more spells that I could buy right now, but I'm just going to plan to do everything all in one fell swoop. If you're playing like a wizard or a mage or an enchanter or a necromancer, yeah, it's important to get your spells every level. But because I'm playing a melee based class, it doesn't matter as much. So you can just buy multiple levels all at one time and just be done with it. It's kind of one of the perks of playing melee. Because I know it was my paladin. I was just like, wow, I get new spells. Wow, I'm out of mana because I cast one. Because when you're new, your magic pool just isn't really where you need to be. But as you get higher level, those spells don't cost as much as far as your bar goes. Like the major spell for a beast lord would be buying your new pets, and I'm not in any danger of dying right now, so it doesn't really matter. And just like with the pumas, we will be bonking these cave bears. Doop, 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 doop. I think Wizard is probably the hardest class to play as far as downtime goes, because even though I'm just hitting it with a weapon, Wizard has to cast spell which expends mana, which means you have to sit down and get that mana back, and then you have to do that over and over again. So while Wizards are strong, just for ease of use, this is a pretty good class. You just want to get in there and punch things. And that's why I didn't pick the magic classes in this game are very strong, but they also have a lot of downtime. Whereas melee classes, you just go. If you want to play a monk, you can't carry a whole lot of items, but you just go. If you run into trouble, you just feign death. Shadow Knight's a really strong class to play. Paladin is what I played back in the day. No regrets. It was just a little bit slow. Rogue, there's still some bosses in this game or places you can't access without a rogue. You need their pick lock skill. If you're an extrovert to play a rogue, you need people to help you. And you are rewarded by being in a group because you can backstab your enemies. You got a lot of skin. That is a lot of skin. The priest classes are fun. My main on this server is a cleric. Some people would be like, "Whoa, why would you play cleric?" For me, it's fun. I just have a mercenary that's a warrior, and I treat him like a pet. I just heal him when he's that low on health. But she actually got she knows Halfling and Barbarian because other players wanted to learn Dark Elfish. So that was kind of funny. But I can't show you all the towns on my good Vashir. So when I need to do the Evil Town tour, I'll be playing my cleric. Which I enjoy, but I didn't figure people would want to watch me heal a mercenary over and over and over. I can barely take this. Yeah. Guess I'll have to grin and bear it. Here's your porridge. There's a fish escape here. He's not a rare mob, so we'll take a look at him in a second. I guess that's probably for a quest that I'm not aware of. He doesn't look like a rare mob. Take him out anyway, just see if he drops anything. It might be important. Yeah, it still counts. Pull him back a bit. I don't know how close those barriers are going to be when they aggro, but we'll be alright. So, now that our overpowered shield is gone, I gotta take this a little bit more seriously. We're going to give our pet here some fleeting fury. And give myself some fleeting fury. This will make me attack a little bit faster. Just turn him so my pet's doing more damage. Give him more haste. Get the damage back in. Actually, we're just going to do it on our pet because that takes way too long to cycle through to back to me. Yeah, that's a smarter choice. I could drink a potion of celerity if I want that one potion. But we're already down to 55%, so I think that'd be a waste. No, we don't want to cast haste on the bear, please don't do that. Cast and haste on the pets. You'll be hearing that for the next 100 levels. Over and over again. Enjoy it. I kind of do. I unironically like that song. Maybe it's because I'm deaf. But I like it. It does not bother me. Well, my question is going to count for this. It does count. What do I do with this? It's probably for a Dragon Quest, now I think about it. Yeah, I'm almost certain it's for a Dragon Quest. Same thing with the other thing. I'm probably ruining some Dragon's Day. He's gonna be like, where's the quest mobs I need? You killed a rare mob? You are the worst. I'm sorry. I just wanted to kill things. Ah, my mercenary costs money. I'm losing 1 gold. I'm losing 4 gold an hour. Oh lordy. Oh lordy. Now we gotta fight some gnolls. Beat these guys up. Gotta take this more seriously now. Yeah, for my level, I've got so much money. It shouldn't matter. Like next, as soon as I hit this level 15, start charging me 2 gold. So it's pretty much like 8 gold an hour. That's Considering how much money I've gotten in like 4 hours, it's ridiculously low. But as you get higher level, it starts to matter more. It's nice to have him just kind of watching the back. Like eventually, you know, I'll have to put him on passive. I'll just start having to healing myself. And if I get really into a pinch, I'll start pulling him out and say, hey, can't do this alone. Kitty cat's in trouble. Kitty's in trouble. That's a nice level up. I have achieved level 15. Hey, my buddy's back. What a bro. I got my shield back. What you gonna do now, little Noel? I'm just thinking again. That is very, very helpful. Some more experienced players will just go around the newbie areas, just kind of help the newbies out. For showing purposes, that makes the battles a lot shorter. I gotta think. Yeah, it's the shamans I think that have the bits. That skeletal ogre is probably gonna aggro, but we have the damage shield again, so that's nothing. I can just go down so much faster with that. I got the shaman. I guess this wood elf had more problems going on there. And 3 more smithy bits, and then we'll be on to the next part. I'm being afflicted with root and infectious cloud. And that shouldn't be anything. Not too much left. I think my water pulled aggro for a second. Got a still ingot. On the very rare off chance that I actually get it really deep into smithing, that might be cool one day. But probably end up just sell it. And there will be a point later in this that I do go into trade skills, but not that big of a deal. Okay, so now we need to go back to the Skinner. We are in good shape. He needs the smithy bits and the ore. Let's give him that. He'll give us, I think, our first ring, which is neat. And there's the pristines. But right after that, because we did those quests, we get completely stronger versions of things we just got. Like that tunic is nothing compared to you know, the old stuff we have. It was meant for another time. See, now we got earrings from doing all those quests together. And that's why we're going through the hero's journey, because I want to make sure I'm strong enough to handle what we'll be encountering. So we'll sell the greaves. See, that's way too much money, but that's modern EQ for you. I spoil you. I should be thinking about getting spells. That's alright. We'll get to it. I'm actually going to play for a bit longer. I'm having fun. And that's for rogue poison. I don't want the ingot. I changed my mind. Sell the things that we're not going to use. Yeah, I'm absolutely certain it's for a Dragon quest, which means I can't use it. Okay, so next thing is the farmers and the Jade Dragon Inn that we saw earlier. I remember them. That means we need to go down here. I remember seeing those farmers. Yeah, there they are. Have you seen our farm? It's terrible. Skeletons clicky clacking their bones all over my home. All our farm help abandoned us and as well. We're in really dire straits. You're in a bit of a dilemma. We get these quests. That should be 4. 2, 3, 4. Talk to Akins. No, we're not ready for you yet. You're gonna send us out somewhere else. We'll get to you. And I think Akins is in the library, which for some reason I can never find. How many times have we gone through this quest? Okay, come on. Akins, I know you're here. Buddy. Am I stupid? Am I stupid? I'm stupid. Where are you at? You're in the bar. Say, do you frighten easily, my friend? As much as I hate to admit it, I'm quite timid for someone who has an unhealthy fascination with the afterlife. Me too. I thrive in ghost stories, and learning about the spirits of those who have passed on, including the one in Crescent Reach. Yes, there are undead in Crescent Reach. It seems they stay close to the catacombs and Hollow, and Gektar's haunt on the 3rd level. I'd like to learn more about them and how resilient they are. I believe you might benefit from learning how to fight them too. I might reward you and have some inside information if you wish to learn it. So he wants you to go check out things. He wants to go fight the Anak that are near the farmstead. So we're going to go do that. So basically, kill the undead, plant some seeds, kill the undead, open some boxes. Pretty simple and straightforward. Kill skeletons. Kill a ton of skeleton. Remember that most monsters here will regard you as indifferent, so it doesn't matter if you just run right through them. Let's go do and start beating things up. There he is. Glad you could make it, Uther. There's a person. He probably died to an ogre. Now I need to get these chests, but as soon as I get close, this guy was kind of asleep, I guess, but they will guard the chest. They'll be like, hey, you can't be here, because we're a skeleton. Skeletons. Can you feel the love tonight? He charged me 2 gold. I'll take that. Hello, sir. Would you like a mallet? That still kind of confused me. I'm like, what? I wonder how long I can keep him alive with that levitation buff. Because as long as he doesn't die, he'll never lose that. I'll just have a flying mercenary following me around. That'll be funny. Last time I went through this, there was a holiday event going on, so there was undead bunnies and drunk people running around. And that was such a pain in the butt. So we're level 16 now. I'm sure, absolutely sure I'm missing some spells, but I think we'll be okay. There's a zombie wandering towards us. Not a zombie. If you don't mind, I need this farm for quest reasons. Will you get a pass away again? That would be most ideal, my good sir. To be or not to be? That is the question. These bag of seeds need to be planted for reclaim the farm. So we'll take another step a bit. Replant. I didn't know people played female XRs. What is this? That is a rare female XR. You never see those things. Okay. Yeah, you can see, you'll see some players just get demolished out here. I mean, it could be hard, I guess. I don't know. I've made stupid mistakes before. I'm not special, I'm just experienced. I'm used to the ebb and flow. I'm just not a raider, I'm a casual. A filthy, stinky casual. I'm gonna plant a seed on your corpse. Flower power. Anyone want to interrupt my seed planting? I will destroy you. Yep. We got a taker. Where are you at? There you are. You interrupting my flowers. Now I'll teach you to interrupt my flowers. There's a zombie. They just happen to be on my farm. You wanna go? Would you like to go? Let's have a go at it. Got a mean right hook, don't you? Now let me finish planting my seeds. I planted a flower on your head. You get disrespected. Okay, that's that. Go up here because it's respawned because I'm slow. Get another one of these. Looks like we're about to have a 2-on-1. That's okay. We're in a good position. He's hitting my cat. Don't be doing that. Okay, that's done. Gotta get some trinkets. Go in here, smack you around. Yeah, if you know what you're doing, this isn't too bad, but you can tell there were a lot of corpses out there. You're having trouble. That's entirely reasonable. This game benefits a lot from having other players, but it's not the end of the world if you don't know what you're doing. Like, this is a level 20. So this is 4 levels higher than my Beast Lord. So if you were casting spells as a wizard, he'd have a very high chance to resist your spells. And this is kind of one of the cheeky things you can only get away with as a melee person. So I'm being really cheeky by doing this. But sometimes if it's a red level 50 and you're level 10, probably don't do this. Okay, so we got Lisa's locket. So that quest is done. And you get one more thing of trinkets. This ogre's gonna want to fight. You wanna go, bro? Okay. So I think this is gonna be respawned. Nope, not that slow. I am that slow. So let's loot you for the 3rd time. That'll complete the quest. Why do I not have credit? Oh, I know what it is. These are just skeletals. These aren't knock undead. Well, knock on wood. So we've leveled up to 17, and we can now dual wield. I'm kind of enjoying the shield. We'll keep that going for a little bit. I'm probably ready for a new warder spell, but I'll worry about that in a little bit. So we'll just keep on going a little bit further down. Knocking out a few of these guys, I guess. Because up on that hill there's a bunch of knock undead. And knock on wood, they won't give us too much trouble. And my brilliant self decided to pick these up manually. Don't do that. So up here, there's some knock soldiers. So these will give you issues, and I have no way to pull them. So I'm gonna be honest, this is a bit risky. We should be okay. See if our dear mercenary can keep us up. Yeah, this could get rough real quick. So I'm actually rooted right now. I just gotta kind of sit here and watch. That's all I can do. We seem to be fine at the moment. No big deal yet. But there's a reason there's corpses here. This isn't a safe. Yeah, my little buddy's not cutting it like he used to. I think we're gonna have to make a pit stop. What was that? Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a bit of a pit stop here. We're going to the plane of knowledge. Because I need to buy a new pet. Our little buddy here is level 9. And we are fighting level 20 monsters. Our poor little cat can't really keep up anymore. Because half my damage comes from my pet. If I don't have the damage shield, that's going to cause me issues. Yeah, it's okay. It won't take too long. But the Plane of Knowledge is kind of a hub they made. And the Planes of Power expansion. We originally used to have to go all over the world to get different spells. They're just like, let's put everything in one spot. They changed the game forever. I quit originally during Omens of War, so past that I kind of like lost the trail. But I really enjoyed Planes of Power, but I was casual. I would just like randomly mess around in the Plane of Justice and things like that. Wasn't one of the big boys. I was one of the forgotten casual players. But this is the Blightfire Moors. This is the place you go to after you do the other stuff. You want to get to the Plane of Knowledge? All you do is hug this wall, go to the left, or not, you go to the right. And you just click on this book. Any buff you have while you're in the Plane of Knowledge will freeze. You don't have to worry about it. Your mercenary will still charge you money, so be aware of that. So as soon as we get here, we're going to put our mercenary on passive. When we get to higher levels, you'll always put your mercenary on passive. Unless you like really need them. Look at that beauty. That's a face. We sell some of the stuff we got. Some necromancer is probably tired of me by now. I'll just go outside one day and I'll get body slammed by some player that just was tired of me selling bone chips. This is a soul binder, so we're going to now we bound our soul here. No problem. Now we need to go get our spells. Actually, we're going to make a detour again. I'm going to go find a tinkerer. Because they sell the deluxe toolboxes, and I don't want to fetch it with the inventory space more than I have to. Planet Knowledge is a really fun place. No, I think we need the deluxe toolbox. There it is. So you hook an old tin and it's giant. So we're going to buy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So now I can hold everything in the game. So we'll take this. Add all of our lovely things. Another toolbox down here. Another toolbox there. Here. Hold on. Gotta shuffle some things around. It's just the way of things. Because you can't put bags in other bags without things being empty. No big deal, however. Okay, that's what's that. Nice and simple. We'll get everything a little bit straighter later, but okay. Now we've got all 9 deluxe toolboxes. Now we've sorted our inventory for the rest of the game. Now we'll go over to the banker. Look at that mount. That is definitely a lion. Has a lot of soul. Hi, friend. Now I'm going to be dumb and forget what the banker is. I'm having a stupid moment. Hold on. Yeah, here it is. Where's the bank in Plane of Knowledge? Surely you'd be able to find it. So now we're going to take all those backpacks, put them in here. Do I want to use this? Yeah, we'll go full offense for a bit. Okay, that's good. So get our spells. Let's just make this real simple. Go to find spells. Yeah, I'm going through it quick because normally I'd, take a break in the plane of knowledge. Just kind of relax. But I have a feeling if you're watching this video later on, you'd be like, this is boring. Nah, I'm not going to do that to you. You're going to play knowledge. The exit was always by the shamans. So this is where every class in the game, you've got melee tomes, you got rangers, shamans are on the other side. That's druid. I'll go through the flavor of text a little bit later. I'll only do like a plain of knowledge video, but right now. Did I click that on the far side? Okay, stop that. There's a lot of really cool lore to this, but I'm rushing it. So we got an offensive spell. Cure poison. Cure lightning. And we'll look at these spells back in Crescent Reach. Because this is my first time playing, what level am I? 17. So we're going to go ahead and buy some of these spells too. Yeah, I'll be okay with this. We're going to hit Origin. And that refreshes every 5 minutes. So, for our purposes, that's nothing. But there's a lot of really interesting lore in this building. I'm just rushing through it so I can get back into the action. Because you came here to see Crescent Reach. And we're about at the end of it. So now we're going to take our spells, use some memorize them. So we got Blast of Frost. So now we have an offensive spell we can use. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to dememorize all these while I look at this. So we got Cure Poison, self-explanatory. Spirit of Lightning. Okay, that's helpful for pets. So that'll be right here. Sicken. It's damage over time spell. Strengthen. Not as useful as it seems. Pet heal. That's good. It's level 15. Oh, I completely skipped over this. Huh. Okay, so that's useless. I think Vashir get that by default, so that's not good for me. Stamina's not a big deal with I have a cleric mercenary. If I run out of water, I can use this. So that kind of counters my racial weakness of having to eat more. Oh, never mind. I'm stupid. Okay, so we still use minor healing for us. We can use that. We have a direct damage spell. Actually, let's turn that off. So we have a direct damage spell. We'll have a damage over time. Now it's strength or stamina. Let's do stamina. Give me more wiggle room. Well, actually, I have a cleric. It might be better to use strengthen. Yeah, let's do strengthen. Save spell set, general spell set. Okay, let's that little buddy here. It's time to get big. Take a nap. A bigger version. You will be level 16. Spirit of Lightning. Give him a little bit of strength. Now he's got the run. If you cast a spell and you start running, you get this weird animation. It looks amazing on ogres. But as long as I keep running, I'll keep looking goofy. No, I love it. So I think I was fast enough to where I didn't get charged again. I'm not really sure though. I wasn't paying too much attention, to be honest. Put Drowsy up there with the other spells. Let's go to the Jade Dragon's Den and turn in some quest. Now inventory isn't really an issue anymore. So that's good. It's not as good as what we have, but you know. Got some Paz. Give her a locket. Give him the locket. Whoops. And give her her stuff. We'll take that set. Put the food up front. Already down to a... Our friend here is very persistent. I like him. What a hero. I will be able to clear out the Nox pretty easily. What a Chad. Okay, now time to go back out some Nox. I got my damage shield and a stronger pet. This would not be a good day to be the Nox. Let's take a mercenary off passive. It's about wartime. And we're going to go knock some skeletons into pieces. Because I got a hammer and a fist. We're dual wielding. See if I can get past these guys without aggroing. Yep, no problems here. Yeah, I think I'm going to be able to finish Crescent Reach tonight. That's pretty awesome. So now we can pull these, but he decided he wanted to come walk up to us. Yeah, that lightning is going to give my pet a little bit more handle on things. My hand-to-hand skills just going way, way, way up. Like, I'm being double-teamed by 2 cats. What is this craziness? Yeah, that's gonna definitely draw. Heal my pet, or you're fired. Okay. Yeah, so this is the aggro spell. This is what tells the enemy that, hey, the warder's the problem. To leave the cat man alone. So that's how Beast Sword works. Kind of a problem though. So we're going to take that off. So I need to be the one taking the beating. Hit me! I need to be hit in the face. Break yourself against me. So now we know what those lightning spells do. It means, hey, give me aggro. You got knocked out. After you. We're gonna have problems. Move this down just a little. Now if I get rooted, I can use some of my magic. A jack of all trades. Level it up again. How did that happen? Fighting yellows and reds constantly. He wanted his mummy, and now he's here. No problem. Here comes more. That's why this place is risky. We're in the danger zone. Got some fine bone powder. Now, unfortunately, these guys aren't for the quest, but can't exactly let these yellow difficulty mobs get on me and stay on me. So we gotta take them out. Just gotta take out 9 more. There's you. I mean, geez, just jump down the cliff, why don't you? No problem, no problem. Knock soldier from behind. He's charging me 5 gold now. So that's basically 2 platinum per hour. So if you're just chilling randomly in town, and he's charging you money for just doing nothing, you put him on passive, they'll stop that. Make him earn his money. I'll give it to him for free. Another player, I don't want to get in his way. So we're gonna go inside the cave here, which is very much not advised. But I'm feeling gutsy. We've got the machine gun out. Imagine being a wizard having to like meditate between every single battle. Then this beast lord just rushes in with his giant tiger and just rips all these skeletons to pieces. You rooted me. I got magic spells now. That has a 30-second cooldown. Sir, that is way too much. You really have a 30-second cooldown. I don't see you saying it. Hold on. Excuse you. I guess that's quite literally a blast of frost. Okay, so you can use it in combat. Okay, that makes sense. So you'd apply the dot and you just use the blast for aggro. I get it. I'm learning. Your rooting me gave me forbidden knowledge. Your harm to me caused you problems you did not expect. I have leveled again. It's your fault. Your resistance only makes me stronger. Kevin! Why? Again? This is the third time I've seen you die. You are the bravest high elf I've ever known, but also the most dead one. I will avenge you, sir. Give me a heart attack right there. I'm like, what is that? No, it's just like those guys at the start have just already respawned. It was such a bad idea, but we're gonna avenge Kevin, and then we'll start heading out as we're about done with the knocks. It's the least I could do. Just getting all sorts of skill ups. You are getting stronger for every punch that you receive. Imagine getting in a street fight with somebody and they just keep getting stronger and stronger and stronger. How many people are gonna aggro me? So we'll take a shortcut in Origin back here, go to Aikens, turn in the quest, and then do the next one. You're on a roll today. Hold on. Pretty sure I did these quests. It doesn't matter. Oh, friend is back. We will defeat these Nox soldiers and then we'll go do our thing. You know, skeletons don't care about seeing invisibility. You know, there's a special invisibility called invisibility to undead, but normally they're just like, let's give him a think. I missed my think. Now he's gonna think I hate him. No. It's no big deal. I'm gonna assume when I do the last quest it'll all update. Yeah, let's warp back. And it's gonna be awkward. And if your computer turns off, you get the rare LD. I haven't seen that in a long time. That means that person is link dead. He is not of this world. Yeah, see, it says I've done the quest and the things. So surely it's just messing up on the achievement thing. Surely EverQuest wouldn't have a bug. Surely. Because I want my armor. So he's the bartenders. He is on a hand. If you ever wanted to ride a hand, there you go. Bartender. There we go. By the dragons, you startled me. I've been on edge lately, most definitely. It's not an easy thing to be infatuated with ghosts and spirits and be completely petrified by them at the same time. Having uncovered some knowledge of a spirit in the Crescent Reach, I've warrants closer investigation. The only problem is I'm too terrified to do it. His name is Gektar, an old ogre chief that once ruled over the ogres that lived in this city, when it was called Nock. Long ago, before the gods cursed his race, he was protected by a shaman's magic. He killed himself before the curse could fully drain his intellect. Now he is bound here through the shaman's magic and will not rest. I want to see what binds him here. Perhaps the spirit carries something. Go find him. We'll learn together. Learning. So now he wants me to find Gektar's bones, which is the final boss of this area. So we have light healing now, so we're going to replace minor healing. Spirit ability we now know is Pet's aggro spell. We need him on us to use our very kind friend's damage shield. So we will be refraining from using that. And we'll go find Gektar's bones. Which means we are going to fight the last boss of Crescent Reach. It's so easy to get lost in this game. It's one of those games you have to play on a day off because you don't know if you're going to get up early in the morning. But now all those scary skeletons we saw earlier, now it's time to go face them. It's a crypt walker. Another spot where our unfortunate friends died earlier, doing their best against the undead. Now we will face them head on. That's one skeleton down. And we have another skeleton hiding right around the corner. What a big spooky place. Pow. I'll buy some frost. Bam. Okay, battle's over. So now we will continue into the crypt. Now for some reason, these guards never fight you. Like, they do drop some things you can sell for, you know, platinum. They just don't care. You like hail them. They just never care. It's only the skeletons and zombies you have to worry about. So here we are. We found the bones of Gektar. Now give them a good shake and see if something happens. And there he is. If we go behind and open this, this is something the librarian wants. Little sneak. I'm on fire. Okay. Anyway. So now we'll click the bones. Give them a good shake. Who is it that disturbs my slumber? Unless you are the one, begone from this place of chiefs. Only a true hair of the Rockjaws or Thoots can be free from my torments. Can free me from my torment. As long as the amulet of chieftains is mine, here I will remain. I will wait here for the day that a hair comes to this place. Ancient magic binds me to this place. The magic of the amulet of chieftains must be passed down from one chief to the next. Only a true hair may take the amulet. All others who touch the amulet will surely die. Alas, I died alone with no hair, and am consigned to wait here. Now go, or I shall arouse myself, and you will feel my wrath. Do not tempt your fate, little one. My patience with you is at end. Go now or die. Okay, he's gotten tired of the Catman. So now we will battle with the last boss, Gektar, the last Ogre Chief. Unfortunately for him, I am a cat. Another glass of frost. I'm stunned. The Ogre Chief is now freed. Atkins appears pleased. The shifty look in his eye causes you to believe that perhaps his plans for Gektar's aren't. Yeah, it was just bugged on the one screen. So now I've got my rewards for being a hero. So we have beat the we have beaten Crescent Reach. I have done what I set out to do today, and I did it really fast. So we are now the rulers of Crescent Reach. We have done it. I am the king. Now let's look at my rewards I got. So that's fun, but it's not our upgrade. So that's very good armor. We got a soldier's cloak, which is much stronger than our faction cloak. We're going to hold on to this because it gives us more faction with the crystal wing, which is never a bad thing. Got some nice shoulders, which is much better than our old one. We got a neck piece, which is much better than our amulet of love. Zod pants, which is much stronger than our old ones. And if you'll notice, hold on, I'm missing a hat. Where's my hat? Excuse me, sir. I know I have a hat here somewhere. I know I have a hat. Where's the heckin' hat? Hold on. Where's my hat? Where is my stinky hat? Maybe you don't get the hat yet. Yeah, you don't get the hat yet. I'm just being obtuse. Look, I got nice old green trim. Green pants. Look a little bit stronger. I am now green and blue. And that is the end of Crescent Reach. There is much more to this game to do. So let's see. I think I'm going to turn in that ancient box to the librarian. I think I got out of here fast enough to stop aggro. Yeah. I did it so quick that nothing's going to aggro me. Let's go down here. Do it one more time. Librarian, sir. I know I can never find you when I need you. There you are. Give you the ancient jewelry box. Give me a little bit of EXP. Let's see. That's done. I think when I hit level 20, it'll give me the actual things. But the next zone is Blackfire Moor. I don't know, since I can't start the next zone officially, I'll probably just do like a interlude episode, and then I'll start Blackfire's Moor appropriately. And our good friend is still at it. He made this much easier than it would have been otherwise. I'm going to the EverQuest community is always going to be helpful. So if you do play this game, then count on them being completely awesome. Let's sell some of this first. That way when I start again, my inventory will be clear. Fine bone chips. A weak zombie essence. Okay, destroy all the stuff I can't sell. That's the way of the things. Like I'm sure when Serpent Spine first came out, these were very good rewards. Then they had the hero's journey. Yeah, it's gonna blow the rewards out of the water. But out with the old and in with the new, I suppose. Yeah, I'll probably go to the Plane of Knowledge next time and get the spells I'm missing. I'll figure it out next time. Thank you for watching my stream today, or the video. I hope you have a wonderful day. I hope you're having a good time, and till next time, I miss you. I hope everything goes well, and when I see you, I will see you. But have a good one, okay? Bye bye.